Oh no.
That is the tradition.
Wow. So just to double check, we're live? Okay. Well, let's
Oh
find
yeah, we're
out.
live.
Yep. Yeah, we're pretty live. Well
It's
then,
alive.
So I
it
called him a nit.
certainly has been a while, hasn't it? 2 whole weeks without me having hosted a game. 3 weeks, in fact. Would it be 4 weeks? It's certainly been a while since I ran a game for you all. And thanks again to Ez, who ran, I believe, the game 2 games ago. Apologies about me not having ran a session last week, as I had a sudden onset case of extreme insomnia, where in a 48-hour period I managed to get approximately 4 hours sleep. Not fun. But that's all been resolved now, thankfully. So, would anybody like to give a recap of the previous sessions, or would you prefer that I do it for once?
Oh, let's see how much you remember, Ginger.
Yeah.
Well, in the previous sessions, we will start off from after the session that Ezreal had. Ezreal? Ez, our friend Ez here
I'm
ran
not-
for us.
Oh.
So,
How is this so hard?
I don't know.
He's not a League of Legends character.
Yeah. No, this is what happens when you give yourself a bizarre and yet very specific name, Ez.
It's electric. It's like electric was a Z in it.
Yeah, it's not that hard, but it's not that simple either.
Anyway. After the party had managed to go through the process of quite literally saving Christmas, and also a New Year's celebration, the party managed to go to bed, hopped up on various psychoactive drugs, whether they be weed or alcohol, or I suppose in some cases something else as well, and managed to have a relatively successful celebration. Upon waking the next day, they were somewhat surprised to see that an unruly mob consisting of a variety of individuals from the town of Lavendel had decided to try and drive the people out of town, focusing their efforts mostly on our good friend Bruce here, but also with one particular individual who was not particularly happy with having his hand nearly cut off, attempting to redirect the town's hate and anger towards the party paladin, being almost hilariously ineffectual with his desire to redirect the town's furious rage into his own personal griefs with the party. The group managed to eventually talk the gang of infuriated townsfolk into being no longer quite so angry, and basically, instead of attempting to run the party out of town, decided to grumpily walk away whilst the party informed them that that was their plan to leave in the first place. In either case, with the party having made their escape from Lavendel, they took a ferry that wound up along the river into Medleburn. And after having arrived in Medleburn, the party proceeded to dismount from the ferry and made their way into the trading district and the docks, and were marveled at the sheer size, scale, and sophistication of Medleburn, being particularly drawn to a variety of noteworthy things, being the local architecture and what appears to be some kind of skyport with a variety of airships that were both flying to, from, and docked at said skyport. As Ez has just posted in the chat here for all to see. But all could not be peaceful for long, as certain individuals within the party began discussing with each other precisely what they would do whilst they were in the city. Of course, this resulted in CD and Grace having a bit of a dispute, shall we say, with Grace using a casting of Zone of Truth in order to persuade CD to speak truthfully about his intentions for the city, to which he then proceeded to loudly exclaim that his only intentions were to buy the materials necessary to create some poisons. Something which was promptly overheard by the local captain of the guard that was standing nearby, a large 6-foot-something man in plate mail armor, who proceeded to angrily approach the party with a clear look of aggressive intention on his face. We pick up from precisely this point with, I would say, the party having just a couple of seconds to prepare themselves for the oncoming social encounter. If there is anything that you'd wish to do during this time, a reflexive action, or perhaps a quick exclaiming of something.
Yeah, I'm
Speak
just gonna
now.
pretend. I'm just gonna pretend I have nothing to do with them, and just take a few steps away from them extra.
Okay.
CD just thinks to himself, fucking traitor.
So, if I remember right, had recently slapped CD for insulting a woman. So, Garrow is going to be holding him, arm around his shoulder, pretending to, like, look, we're just good friends. Like, it was just a joke. Don't worry about it.
Okay. And what of the rest of the party?
I am just generally quite shocked at this turn of events, and I'm currently feeling quite impatient, as I just want to get to, I guess, what place I need to go.
No, CD,
lastly,
I thought you were taking a righteous turn. The fact that you went out and hunted that creature in such a honourable and valiant way, and now poisons again.
Look, let's not make a big deal out of it. I just want to make poisons because I want to. Wait, shit, I can't lie, can I?
No.
Look, it's for personal use, all right?
You wish to poison CD. I know you've done wrong, but you can still change. You needn't poison yourself.
At this point, the captain of the guard has managed to effectively cross over the traffic-filled road and made his way in your direction. He's now standing there, looking like he is demanding an explanation from you all, but seemingly politely waiting for your current line of conversation to finish.
There are
Look,
far
look.
more honourable ways to die than poisoning yourself and suffering a coward's death.
I just ignore her and say, look, we're just talking amongst ourselves and, party discussions. We didn't mean to make such a commotion, so you shouldn't worry about it.
Come now, CD, you shouldn't ignore a lady when she's addressing you.
Not
Also,
now,
remember, CD, you
please.
can't lie.
Not now, please.
Now, I think what you should do
I just
is you should
laugh and
apologize to this fine lady and explain that it was
fine.
just a misunderstanding. I'm sure it was a
Fine.
misunderstanding, wasn't it?
Apologize for what?
Well, you were quite rude to her just now. It seems to me like you were just ignoring her.
Fine, I apologize for being rude. Now, can we just get on with it? Because I really want to buy some stuff other than the ingredients.
Hold on, this was in the zone of truth. Is this an honest apology?
Well, here.
I apologize for being rude.
Wait a second. Did we all do a saving throw or something for that zone of truth?
Nope,
can do
nobody has attempted to save.
You can do a saving
but-
throw, but if you do, I know that you've done it.
Yes. So I think I'm wise enough to know that bullshit. So I'm just going to.
By the way, Grace, you would be aware that the man who walked up to your party, upon entering the zone of truth, passed the DC check.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a saving throw, by the way?
It is.
Yeah,
a charisma
will
saving
save.
throw.
Is it? Hang on.
Wait.
Do
Does
I
it?
pass? No, I don't.
It's a charisma saving throw. It
It
says
is,
right
yeah.
there in the spell description.
Charisma
Yeah.
saving throw. Let me cast it. Let me see. I passed. So you don't know whether or not I'm lying or not.
No, but I know that
From
you've
this
made
point
the
onwards.
intent to lie.
No, but you don't know whether I lied or not, and that's the important bit.
I know that you've done something to avoid telling the truth.
Look, can we get on with it? I'd rather buy my stuff and be done with this. Please.
Who are you looking to poison, CD?
Goblins.
Goblins. Surely there's a better way to deal with goblins than poison.
I'm not having
I
a
don't know.
debate on whether or not we can do it better or not. I just want to buy my stuff. Please, let me go.
Poison was quite effective the last time.
Yes, thank you. Now, Garo, could you let me go so that I could buy my stuff, please? I already apologized.
I take what you say and I give Grace a look to see if she has accepted the apology and is happy with the situation.
If you wish to continue to live a coward's life, CD, you may go and buy your poisons.
I'm not
At this
buying
point-
poison.
Grace, I'd
Mhm.
like you to give me an insight check, please.
When my character sheet loads.
Could I?
You see, as the guard who has been stood here for the last minute or two, listening to the bickering back and forth of your party, and just looks in your direction for a moment before turning around and walking back to what you can presume to be his post. You all see this, by the way.
Nice. Crisis averted.
And what crisis might that be? Surely what you're doing is legal.
I just glare daggers at her and just say, "Yeah, sure. Let's go. I want to buy some stuff." And I just break out of Garo's hold, if he lets me, and
Yeah,
Go.
if Grace seems satisfied, I've got no reason to intercede any further.
All right. just for reference, by the way, I am going to impose a small rule here. That being that for the duration of your time within Medleburn, I would ask that unless you specifically are okay with your character being left out of social encounters, unless otherwise stated, you will all be sticking together during your time.
Yeah, sure.
My
Understandable.
fellow companions, what should we do first here
Well-
in the capital city?
Let's go and put our stuff somewhere.
I
Indeed,
vote
finding a
yes.
tavern seems a good point to start.
Should I roll a history to see if I can remember any good taverns?
Well, one good, one not so good.
Hmm.
The Smiling Bison and the Bad Star Bar.
Mhm.
What, the brown star bar?
The Bad Star Bar.
Oh, okay.
The Bad Star Bar.
I'll type those into the chat for you.
Chase already
Good
did.
job there, Chase. Yes, the party was given this information by one of the local passerbys that somebody just happened to ask prior to this whole Zone of Truth
Purple.
debacle. Oh yes, it was that guard that you've asked, wasn't it? Well, considering basically just retcon that entire scenario, we'll just say that you asked him that before he walked off.
Marsh.
My apologies.
Nice.
For fuck's sake, Marsh.
I'm very bad. Sorry.
Marsh is, of course, coming to us from the local folk festival.
Yes.
He was just watching some Dukes of Hazzard. That's all. Seeing that we want somewhere to stay and leave our stuff, probably
Well,
the slightly nicer.
yes.
Do I recognise these names?
I was about to say, give me a history check.
Okay.
You don't remember much in the way of specifics, but you do remember that the last time you were here, you were given advice by several trustworthy individuals that, generally speaking, the Bad Star Bar, it's not a good place to go. It specifically advertises itself as being a place prone to violence.
Okay. So I'll address the party and say, look, though, as a local expert of the capital city, I can tell you, my friends, that the Smiling Bison is one of those upmarket places. It's not that different from the one we were at back in Lavendel, if you remember that. Whereas the Bad Star Bar, I'd say, it's where you go if you want to have a bit of fun.
So we stow our stuffs at the Smiling Bison, and then we go to the Bad Star.
That sounds like a plan.
You read my mind. Let's go.
Alrighty then. So, do you attempt to find your own way there, or are you going to try searching for someone to give you some directions?
Yep, is going to point at a random street and say, "Follow me, my friends, this way."
Can I do? No. What time is it? Is it roughly?
Currently, this would be in the mid-morning, so let's say about 10 o'clock-ish.
Okay. Well, let's just follow him. How bad can it be?
Whilst I don't necessarily know where this place is, I do know where the better part of town would be. But beyond that, I'm just going to pretty much randomly walk confidently in a direction until I see something that might point me in the right direction.
Yeah,
I-
I
All
think that-
right.
I will
I would
try to
say-
make my way through actually questioning people and going there directly.
Oh, are you leaving us?
Yes.
Okay.
Right. So the very thing that I requested mere minutes ago, the party sticks together unless they are perfectly happy with being specifically left out.
They're just going to be walking around. How bad would it be?
That's all right.
Alrighty.
Hello, CD
So-
can go commune with the local rats.
Yes, basically.
So you
I
will
mean-
notice CD just kind of drift off down a nearby alleyway, never to be seen again.
I raise an eyebrow as he starts to walk off. CD, my good man, you don't want to walk alone in an unfamiliar city like this, especially not the back alleys. You may find yourself with a lot less blood in you and also a lot less gold.
I can literally call a ball of flaming fire that sets everything on fire. I think I'll be fine.
I look around to check just in case any guards overheard that.
Wait, Cedar, you intend to burn this town to the ground?
No, I do not
Taking-
intend to burn this thing to the ground. Stop trying. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Wait. You're doing this on purpose, Grace. I'm just
Garrow
going
shrugs
directly to
and
there.
gestures with his staff down the main street. This way, my friends. Let me give you a tour of the city.
Perhaps we should
Yeah.
warn
And
the
with that,
guard
I
that
stride off.
No, I'm just gonna go follow the big wizard man.
Okay, so since the party is now splitting, despite my my request earlier,
breathing is
Chase.
fun.
the way we'll do this is, for the time being, you're not going to be involved in social
I'm
stuff.
perfectly fine with that.
And-
Yes.
We can cover what we can cover what CD gets up to in at a later time, whether it be on another day or perhaps after the session, and just cover what happens during CD's alone time. But
Thank you.
we can say that you will meet up with the rest of the party a little bit later.
I probably will be at the bar before them, to be honest.
Hmm.
Considering
Well,
who they are
let's see how
following.
much you have to roll to get there.
Well, haha,
So,
on you.
well-
I have City Reader.
As
So-
I am striding down the main street with everyone else who is following me in tow, I will point out various shops and sites, some of which I will recognize and some of which I will just see for the first time. But, oh, look over there. A wonderful haberdasher's, if ever you see one in Medleburn. Never seen it
Hmm.
before, but I'm sure it's wonderful.
And as Garrow goes through the process of pointing out various businesses and establishments, you do note that it appears as though that there is a wide variety of such locations. This being what is typically referred to as the market district of the town, immediately adjacent to the incoming ports, for the purposes of convenience of exchanging goods, of course. You notice that the area is predominantly dominated by a wide variety of stalls that, in many cases, are run by tieflings who seem to almost set up as they kind of seem to set themselves up in as a partial deconstruction of traveling caravans or various structures that are easily identifiable as intended to be picked up and moved on a short notice.
Sounds
Then
like
almost-
it's a market that comes and goes.
Yes, except in addition to these coming and going markets, you also see a variety of much more permanent looking buildings. inns and taverns, as well as dedicated shop fronts, which you can tell were built with the intention of being shops and continue to be under said usage to this day. As you travel through, you are continually hailed by the bizarre dialect and accent of the tiefling, attempting to get your attention and bring your sight over to whatever inane trash that he seems to be wanting to peddle this given day.
Habibi, Habibi, come.
With much of you being able to quite easily and simply recognize that this is, in fact, almost entirely inane trash.
Habibi, where are you going? Come here, see.
If there is anything that the party is specifically looking for, or anything that they feel they may wish to locate whilst going through this area of the city, let me know either via a DM or just simply say out loud, and we may have a bit of a shopping section of this session.
Well, as we were walking through the merchants area, I'd like to see if I could spot any kind of jeweler or something.
You do see a couple of such examples, but go ahead and roll me a check of your choice to try and identify a good place to go.
Oh, never mind. You don't need.
Well,
Local knowledge, but
what do my elven eyes see?
well, your Elven Eyes immediately locate a
Where are the
variety
merchants?
of potential locations. First of all, you see what appears to be in the immediate vicinity one of these tiefling stalls, which seems to have a large variety of various metallic and almost exotic-looking pieces of jewelry, with a strong emphasis towards what looks to be like some kind of bronze or brass-like material, and a inclusion of these fiery red stones, which you would presume to be some kind of firestone, only brought up to a more gem-like quality rather than the more opaque-looking material that you've seen in past.
But is there any like more of a jewel smith rather than a seller?
Well, I was about to say that as you were, as your attention was immediately brought to the loudest and most obnoxious salesman in the street, you are instinctually guided towards a much more respectable looking establishment, being almost driven away directly from the tiefling in question. You soon find yourself making your way over to a small and mostly unassuming looking structure, a building nestled in between several others in the process of creating a series of terraced buildings, all of which the connecting walls to each other form a row of structures. And as you look at this structure, you see that there's a nice pastry shop on one side, and there's a haberdashery on the other, and just next door as well, there's a shop which looks to seemingly specialize in the production of brooches. But the most noteworthy thing here is, in fact, the jewelers, which is a small-looking establishment. One of the smallest dedicated structures that you've seen in this area, and only really noteworthy for the simple, almost cartoonized and stylized-looking diamond ring. to answer your question, no, this is not an individual that Garrow would recognize, I don't think. But Grigori, as your attention is drawn to this small establishment, as you look into the window, you see there is a couple of small, albeit rather expertly crafted pieces of jewellery which contain a variety of gems. Purples, reds, blues, greens, and most importantly of all, the distinctive white shine of a diamond in one particularly tasteful set of earrings.
I'll call out to the rest of the group and said, do you guys mind if we hang around this part a bit? I would like to go and ask something from this place.
Oh, of course, not at all. I mean, a lady should be.
And no,
able to,
before you start about that, 1, I am not a lady. 1, I am not a woman. 3, I am a man. And no, it is not for me. And no, it is not for you.
Well, I think I need to make a roll to see whether or not I accept this explanation, but I'm not sure what I should roll.
I would say roll an intelligence check.
A raw intelligence or intelligence save?
Raw intelligence.
Yay.
I will let you decide whether or not that is high enough for the concept of the angry man is not in fact a woman to finally sink into Garrow's head.
Garrow frowns at this and says, but how you carry yourself and your outlook. I mean, surely it's not one, but with a slight grace of a lady would appear as this.
How flattering that is for a woman. I am not a woman. I am a man. I have always been a man. I've never said something else other than that. But let's not have this conversation in the street with a bunch of tieflings around us.
I understand.
And I just storm in. I
he
just
simply wishes
go
to
into the
appear as a woman.
into the jewelsmith.
You do spot that a couple of individuals appear to have been drawn to the conversation. But as Grigori makes his way into the shop, any small amount of attention that the party has gathered is soon dissipated. So, I presume you do all filter your way in your own way?
They don't have to if they don't want. They can stay outside.
All right,
I mean,
well,
it's their business. Not if they want to enter, fine.
All right, well, if you want to interject into the conversation at any point, just feel free to do so. So, Grigori, as you make your way into the shop, you see a relatively diminutive-looking individual, a man who appears to not quite be human, or perhaps is an individual suffering from a severe case of dwarfism. Sitting at a small counter and having a very large telescopic-looking lens almost affixed to his eye via the clenched muscles of his face as he works dual-handedly on what appears to be a gem of some kind. It's an unusual color, though. Go ahead and roll a check for me of your choice to determine what exactly is happening here.
All right. Oh, Jesus! Sorry for that. That scared me.
All right. I'd say with a 20 in your investigation, you are able to get a good idea as to what's happening here. You're not able to identify the stone that he appears to be working on, but you can get a decent idea as to his intention as he manipulates the stone and proceeds to tap it with an extremely small almost a golden-looking hammer, and seemingly doesn't even notice you enter into the room. And
Yeah.
no, as he does not look like a goblin.
Dwarfism. I knock on the door. I enter, and then I give him a good morning. I saw the unbelievably well made jewelry on the outside of the store, in the windows of the store, and I just couldn't help myself to come in.
He waits for you to finish your opening spiel as he simply continues, seemingly ignoring what you are saying and even your very presence as you make your way into the room. But shortly after you stop speaking, looks up, takes the lens out of his eye and blinks a few times. You can see the dilation in his eye changes as he seemingly adjusts his vision to be able to get a good look at you. And as he does so, I would say, roll me a nature or history check. You're you're quite capable of recognizing this individual as a gnome. One of the races that once a great many centuries ago actually shared the lands that became known as Nadoran Maya with the elves, and has since made their way out of said lands to go and live in, for the most part, relatively small and isolated villages throughout the western reaches of the wilderness. But this individual does in fact appear to be gnomish, as he looks at you and says, "I see that you are looking for for something. What you're looking for?"
I am not looking for something. I'm looking for someone that could help me, and I have something that I would like to be made into a nice necklace, and perhaps something
see.
else. And I pull out of my bag the diamond and place it near him. Do you think that you can accomplish that with this?
He takes up the rock and looks at it for a moment, turning it over in his fingers. He then looks at you with a raised eyebrow and says, "Is this real?"
As far as I know.
Oh. Well, if it is, then I have to tell you that this is quite impressive. But also, you are quite foolish for carrying this around in the streets.
Perhaps. I how much it. I just know it's a big one, but I'm not sure about. Hmm.
There are counterfeits and such, but if this is in fact a real diamond, then I would estimate this to be worth around 600 gold pieces. Quite the piece.
I give him a nod.
Of course, that is only when the item has been properly cut and applied. The trade. In its current form, you could probably sell it on to somebody who is not any advisor for maybe a fifth of its true value.
Yeah,
But you're wanting you're wanting a piece of jewelry made from this.
that is correct. If there's enough material to work with, perhaps both a necklace and a ring.
Oh, there is easily enough material here to work with. In fact, I would even go so far as to say that I could make you such a thing, and then just simply take some of the pieces of the stone as payment for my services. Is that a deal that you would be willing to make, or do you have your own gold that you wish to exchange for the process of me cutting and applying various...
I cross my
Cuts.
hands and raise my one of my hands to my chin as to stroke it, putting it slightly over my mouth, like, can I do an insight check, Ginger,
Go ahead.
to see if he's not trying to steal profit away from me? Well,
You get the impression that this individual is certainly skilled in the process of creating pieces of jewelry, as demonstrated from the various pieces. Pardon me. As demonstrated from the various pieces on the shelves around you. But in terms of him, in terms of being able to actually identify whether or not he is currently attempting to scam you, well, you can only really go off the logic of a given man wants to turn a profit, and
yeah, it doesn't seem it doesn't seem too low to. No, I trust him. I give him a nod. That sounds reasonable.
very well. Well, how about this? I will. He picks up the other small purple stone and shows it to you and says, "This is a foreign gem that I have been that has been transported to me from across the ocean. I am currently identifying it, seeing how it can be cut and turned into various pieces for another customer. Once I have finished doing that, if you wish, I can apply my skills and see as how this particular diamond here could be cut into various smaller pieces in order to increase the overall value of the item. From there, once I come up with an estimate as to what can be gotten out of this rough stone, we can decide from there. But in order for me to do that, you will have to leave the stone with me."
That is fine. That is fine. I will be in the city for quite a while, so that will be no problem. I think that we can come to a perfectly fine agreement about this.
Very well.
And I give him I hand him my hand to shake on it.
He takes your hand and, with both hands, shakes yours just once, firmly, and then says, "I would suggest that you come back to me, I would say tomorrow morning, but maybe that is a bit too long. I shall keep my door open for extra long tonight. Try
Tomorrow
not to be...
tomorrow is fine.
Tomorrow is fine."
I give him a nod. I have not gotten your name yet. My name is Grigore.
Give me just a moment. Believe it or not, names completely passed my mind up until this moment.
That's fine.
Let me just bring
Blow
up
me.
a name generator.
Gaben.
Yitzhak. Isaiah.
Yob.
Boy.
No, I'm not calling him boy.
Abram.
Booey.
Call him Isaac.
Apo, Atami.
Yeah, that'll work. My name is Yon.
Pleasant. Nice to do business with you, Jan.
Very well. And what is your name?
Grigore. Grigore
I
Marshall.
believe you told me that only a short time ago. My second name is Hess, by the way.
How do you write that, Ginger?
I shall type it into the Yesrallaw Odyssey for you. The Discord chat.
All right, I see you're typing. Jörn Hess. Ah. Perhaps a cousin of Rudolf.
See him raise an eyebrow and say,
That is out of character.
No, I do not. Well, regardless. I do not recognize that name.
Yeah, it is not of
Brother
no
is
concern.
dead to me.
He's dead to us all, sadly. Okay. I believe I have nothing else here, so I shall see you tomorrow. Have a good day.
You as well.
Ginger, I think it's safe to say I would know where the Wizards College, University, Tower, whatever it is that is in Medleburn is.
Yes, you would know that there is such a establishment. It's the last time you were in the city. Oh, sorry, what was that, Trick? No, it'll be someone else.
That happened at a different time.
But Garrow, you would know that there is, in fact, a less of a wizard's place and more of a general purpose education center. A kind of like a university, if you will, for those with money are able to send either themselves or their children to go and receive a higher education. And this facility is also known for teaching various arcane arts.
Right, so,
this facility is
a-
actually this facility is actually a offshoot of one of the universities that were originally founded in the dwarven city of Varpak. Prior to the establishment of this facility, education of this nature was kind of done as a one-to-one apprentice and student kind of affair.
Right, so I think my answer would not be to point towards the university, but more towards the Gentleman Wizards Club. After all, Garrow is a gentleman wizard.
That is true. Very true. So yes, if that
I
is
assume
how
there is one.
Garrow would suggest, there is in fact a Gentleman's Wizard Club, such a location that you yourself have been in before, but not for a while. It's basically on the other side of the city, though. It's located quite squarely within the more upscale part of Medleburn, the inner city, if you will.
Well, I mean, that's on our way anyway. So, the only other thing that Garrow might think of is perhaps the Great Library or equivalent thereof.
The Great Library is... Well, there is a Great Library, but it's not exactly open to the public. It's one of those scenarios where the entire collection is privately owned, and in order to gain access to it, you kind of need to have a degree of social standing in the first place for the purposes of maintaining the quality of the facility, effectively. You need to have membership into. You need to have some kind of membership, either with the local college or perhaps with the Wizards Association that Garrow is currently guiding the party towards.
Okay, in which case, if that is that closer than where we're headed.
The library would be a little bit closer, yes.
Okay, in which case, Garrow will think it over and say, well, my friend, Grease, there is obviously a university, but if you want to meet wizards, it's the Gentleman Wizards Club, of course. That's where all gentlemen wizards can
before
be
we
found.
go,
However, I was thinking, perhaps the best place we can go to learn something about this material would be the library. Now, I have to admit, I myself, I don't have general access to the library, but my mentor, who resides here in Medleburn, he very much does have access, and he has allowed me in there in the past. So, might I suggest we go look up the old sea dog. Indeed, and I turned to Theo and say, and we could also perhaps find out a bit more about that dagger of yours and Gunnar. They are renowned in the library for having technical diagrams of all sorts from the Dwarven Empire. I'm sure you can find something that may give you inspiration.
From the dwarves, you say? Well, that certainly
Indeed.
sounds unlikely, but I can take a look.
And lastly, I turn to Grace and say, and of course, my dear, I wouldn't forget about you. The library has some of the rarest religious documents and training guides in the land for improving your battle prowess.
Impressive. Does it have romance novel?
I think I need to roll history on that.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and roll history. You'd be able to confirm that it does. You personally never picked any up, but the women of higher society tend to favour that section of the library.
Oh yes, sir. Grace. I can say with utmost confidence, from many people I've rubbed shoulders with in my time in high society here, that there is a substantial romance section in the library. You might even say that it comes in 50 shades.
cringe.
Oh my
Sorry,
god.
was my mic on? Oops.
Yes.
Yes.
It was appropriate.
Mm-hmm. That was true.
Garrow is Garrow. This does not reflect upon me, of course.
But yes,
so, what time
Garrow,
of day is it?
you have. I would say by this point it is round about midday. A variety of the more food-oriented businesses in the area you see have picked up in the overall activity. You see a large number of the local workforce have decided to begin going on their lunch breaks effectively.
Okay, in which case, I'm going to say that Garrow would probably reason his mentor would probably be. It's too early for him to go for a drink. So he would probably be somewhere where there's lots of mechanical machines or pseudo magic mechanical machines. So I think Garrow is going to look around and see the biggest thing in the city that is to do with machinery. That is the airport, and conclude that that's probably where we'll find him.
Are we going there now?
Potentially. What you do know about your old mentor is that if he is not over at the Skyport, then he would probably be over in his own. He'd probably be in his own It's
Home?
not. It's not a home. It's more of a home slash business slash private estate, if you will. He has access to a large plot of land that has effectively it would have once been kind of like a stable for taking care of the various beasts of burden that get used throughout the city, but has since been repurposed into a facility where he tends to spend a considerable amount of his time, as well as inviting those who share his interests to store and work on their projects.
Hey,
It's
which
kind
would
of
be
like
closer,
a
the Skyport or the estate? And we'll go to the closer one.
the estate would actually be closer than the Skyport at this point. The Skyport is on the opposite side of the city.
Ah, okay. Right then, Garo claps his hands. Shall we? I'd love to introduce you to my old mentor.
Sure.
Before we leave the merchant area, I want to go and grab a bread.
All right. Relatively easily, you're able to make your way over to one of the local bakeries. There's a variety of such places, some of which are more tailored towards the sale of just standard, like peasant, freshly baked bread, but
I just
others
want a
which are
bun.
more. Okay. So just buy a bread roll, then, do you?
Yeah.
Right then, I would say that would be 5 copper.
Or one. Sorry. Anyone else want one?
No.
Yeah, all good here.
Okay, just buy one extra for me, so that's 2. So that's 10 copper.
Trig. Why is your cat so round?
Oh boy.
Oh my god.
Your cat is spherical. In fact, if you were to take off his collar, he would be a sausage cat.
Bill, of course it will be. Of course it will be the one with the little seeds on it.
Hmm.
The Kaiserbrötchen, of
There's
course.
poppy seeds. Oh dear.
Yeah, the poppy seeds.
Hmm.
Yeah, funny thing
And
about
personally,
poppy seeds on this sort of stuff is if you eat one of those, you'll test positive for opium.
Oh man.
they're only on very strict opium tests. They
Hmm.
don't. I don't believe that they allow you to buy poppy seed bread rolls in airports if you're planning to go to the United Arab Emirates, for example.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Also regarding food and bread, these things they have in Romania, it's basically poppy seeds and they're being held on the bread. It's very soft, squishy bread. With
I
something
can see.
sweet.
I can tell.
It's it's being held there by something sweet.
A caramel glaze.
Don't know if it's caramel. It's sugary, most likely. Maybe like a light, very, very, very thin honey layer or something.
But anyway, before Theo convinces me to go and make a sandwich, so as Garo guides you all through the city, I would say you're able to make your way over to your mentor's facility relatively quickly and easily. On your way there, is there anything that anybody would like to do before you leave the market district, or are you all just going to make your way straight to the place?
Oh, I think we'll go to the place. Aye.
All right. Um, so, as you all make your way over, Garrow proceeds to guide you through various streets, taking you mostly on a kind of more tour guide like route, which brings you across some more of the well visited sections of the city. But you soon find yourselves arriving at, well, as I said earlier, it kind of looks like an inner city stable, except you can see that what would have at one point been a kind of barn with easily viewable animals has instead been converted into this walled-looking structure with a degree of security to it, with a large a rather large building that almost looks like a large townhouse with 3 or maybe even 4 stories, being one of the most majestic looking structures in the area. As you make your way over, you find that the area has since had a plaque affixed to the side of the door frame, which just simply reads out the name Isengard's Engineering.
Ooh.
That sounds orcish.
Is that something I would recognize, perhaps? Or
Should it not
Um,
have his last name on it?
is this something more local?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't have the surname on it. Although, you can easily tell that this must be the place, considering this is basically his pet project. The last time you were in the area.
Okay. Are we able to enter the area, or I mean?
Well, yes, the large door appears to have an impressively sized knocker on the front. And even though this is supposed to be a relatively advanced looking facility, you can tell that it is. It has a very. What's the right word? Posh. Yeah, it has a very posh air to it. Like, a great degree of care and effort was put into the styling and overall classiness of the structure.
So well architected.
Yes. But
Okay.
in either case, as you were all
if the
standing
doors
outside
are
the facility,
open, I will just lead everyone inside. If they're not, I'm going to do the whole, key under a rock near the door thing.
well, as you make your way towards it, you do check the door, and you find that after lifting a latch, by turning the actual knocker itself, you are able to quite easily open the door. It almost opening like a large, or almost like a guarding gate in a way. But in either case, you're able to quite easily open it, and as soon as you do, you immediately find yourself being ushered in by Garrow into a rather large and impressive internal structure. You see that there is a large, open air looking, almost cathedral esque piece of architectural stonework. The ground appears to be constructed of these various coloured pieces of tile which form a large, almost floral kind of floor design. The area feels not particularly cold or not particularly warm either. It has a very pseudo-industrial feel to it. And as you make your way inside and the door gradually swings itself shut behind you, you find your footsteps echoing in the grand open hallway supported by a variety of pillars and buttresses. However, as you stand in this relatively large and open room, you see that there is a variety of corridors which go off both to the right and to the left, with a very easily visible spiral staircase made out of what appears to be maybe wrought iron that leads up to a secondary level, which you can see contains a variety of doors and such. The next thing to note would be the simple fact that there is a counter here that you would presume to be somewhere where you could seek service, but it appears to be unmanned.
There's no one here. There's nothing in particular standing out to look at. In which case, I suppose I'm just going to continue to lead the party up in the direction I know to be towards the main workshop.
Well, in that case, you would lead the party in through the right corridor, which you remember as being the main entranceway to get to the courtyard in the main area of the facility, where most of the more loud and obnoxious looking structures tend to be. For example, the creation of some of the prototype engines that were used in the creation of an attempted mechanized ship that could sail without the power of wind. Such an engine was actually workshopped in this area some time ago now, but you do know that if there's going to be anything else along those lines, that Isengard will probably be involved with it, and he'll probably be in said location.
As we walk through the various rooms with these various prototypes, I make an extra effort to point them out to Gunnar, because I imagine they will be of interest to him. And
Gunnar,
if
you are able to see.
Go on.
Sorry. Carry on with what you were saying.
I'm going to say to Gunnar, if you are interested in these things, I'm sure I can, set you up with a proper tour with one of the apprentices. He has quite a few running around here usually. I don't know where they all are at the moment. Maybe they're working on some big project somewhere.
Is this somebody you know, Garrow?
Yes, this is the estate of my mentor, the one who showed me the ways of all things gentlemanly. Believe you me, I was quite the uncouth brute back in the day.
So, is this man a wizard as well?
Not quite a wizard in the traditional sense, no, but definitely a tinkerer of inventions and gadgeteers and gimmicks.
I see.
Which I'm sure you'd agree is a wizard in his own right, in his own field.
Seems like an interesting fellow. Perhaps I could make use of this workshop.
Well, as Garrow proceeds to lead you through the facility, he points out various rooms in which you can see a variety of mechanical-looking structures of varying degrees of completeness, being either tinkered on by someone who clearly wants to be left alone, or in some cases entirely empty rooms, with apparently there being a vacant spot for somebody to claim said location and make it their own temporary workshop. You soon find that the sounds of industry, whilst initially faint, begin to grow louder and louder and more noticeable as you make your way through, and you soon find the source of said industry being a large open air workshop of sorts. You can see that there isn't much in the way of a roof covering over the area, and in the center of what appears to be a mostly just dry dirt, almost arena looking structure, you see a mechanical behemoth, something that looks to be in of its own right the size of a small house, being worked on by 10, 15 different individuals, with various people walking to and from an open air forge on one side with a dedicated blacksmith, it seems, working on various bits and pieces. It all looks very, very impressive, and from the perspective of you all standing here from the outside, I would say give me investigation checks with disadvantage to see what's going on here. Apart from Garrow and Marsh, I would say.
Oh, well, I rolled well anyway.
Oh, wow.
Yes, this is just as a quick, maybe 10 to 15-second observation as to what the hell's going on to figure out what on earth all this is. All you could see is something very large and very metal being apparently worked on by a great many individuals.
Investigation, Kiki,
Intimidation.
not intimidation.
Oh, my bad. Hang on.
Intimidate the workers for information.
Well, I was going to say that whilst the rest of you ponder, Grace just becomes irrationally angry at a potted plant.
It's a demonic potted plant. We must purge it.
Smite!
Well, Garrow and oddly Grigori, you two are able to get some idea as to what's going on here.
Bruce
Garrow,
probably as
you're
well, right?
Groose, the best he's able to come up with is that this is some kind of, I don't know, it's something mechanical.
I believe it runs on some form of electricity.
Well, Garrow and Grigori, the pair of you are able to suss out that whatever this is, it appears to be some kind of large-scale, maybe some kind of attempt at creating a large ore processing structure or facility. You can see that there are quite clearly tipping pots that you would expect for molten metal and such, but usually you would expect such a structure to be made out of brickwork capable of withstanding the great heat. But in either case, you just see as a variety of people are going to and from a Garrow, I would say after maybe 20 seconds of just marveling at this relatively well-coordinated effort of these individuals working on this structure, you eventually spot the man himself seemingly in direct conversation with another one of his engineers, using his very well memorable cane to point at various sections whilst discussing something with the man. And you can also clearly see a very large blueprint laid out in front of him. You were never quite into all of this, but you were able to get a vague idea as to what the intention was, but you never understood how all of this worked. It was far above your pay grade, if there was one.
Yeah,
But
the
in either
party
case, you can.
to particularly perk up and smile broadly. It says, and points. There he is over there. That's my mentor. Now, he then turns and looks at you conspiratorially. You guys, you've got to see this. You've got to watch this. And he begins to sneak over to where the man is from behind, making an effort to try and be undetected.
All right, go ahead and roll stealth for me. By the way, I'm just going to go ahead and post an image of the man that you're all looking at.
Just
Unless
no.
you all want to sneak up to the man with Garrow, Garrow has told you all to stay there and watch whilst you see him do a poor rendition of Mission Impossible, making his way across what can best be described as an open field towards a man.
One, Ginger, that is unbelievably gentlemanly. And two, that is a very nice drawing made by Raj, no doubt.
It is indeed made by Raja.
Keep in mind,
Raj,
this is a
if
very
you're
noisy
listening to this
industrial area.
retroactively tomorrow or whenever you're doing it, nice job, yet again.
Mm.
Ah, yes. Roger has indeed outdone himself. But yes,
Well.
I'm going to say that I don't know whether or not he reacts to my bad sneak attempt, but it is rather noisy because of all the industrial stuff going.
Well, as Garrow makes his way over, you all see as though the man, not only does he seemingly fail to spot Garrow, making his way closer and closer using various combat roles and taking cover behind scant pieces of vegetation that are clearly too small to conceal his form. You will notice as the man that he is gradually making his way towards not only seemingly fails to notice Garrow's approach, but even in a semi-offended manner, you can see his facial expression change as he directs the man he's speaking to pay close attention and stop getting distracted by the approach of Garrow. Natural ones are a truly beautiful thing.
It's not a natural one,
Oh God,
is it? Oh no.
that is pretty poor. Right, well, and
Wait, how
Strig,
can it-
you were saying
it's not a
something
natural one,
before
it's
it
a two.
happened. Did I don't know. When I get just behind the two of them, I turn back and just to like just to make sure you're watching, and I'm smiling quite broadly, and then I wind up for a heavy punch, like not holding back, proper punch against the guy with the walking cane.
All right, go ahead and make your attack swing. Attack roll.
Holy shit!
Jesus.
Nice.
I shall say non-lethal.
You just said that you're going to punch him full force without
No.
holding back.
Full force, no
No,
holding
I
back.
did say that.
Old man.
Well,
Please tell me this.
I just killed my mentor.
as you sneak up behind him, you proceed to stand up strong and bare-chested. You flex your muscles and wind up a punch, and just as you're about to unleash your great furious fist towards your mentor, confident any moment now he's going to turn and block it with his own hand, catching yours and returning it and giving it a likewise punch in kind. you see as the relatively burly looking man that he is talking to, now completely incensed by the fact that you have snuck up on his sponsor, and just says, but look, before you see as your mentor quickly whips his head around, recognizing the sudden sense of danger, just in time to catch your fist directly into his face. Immediately, as your fist connects with the man's face, you see, you immediately hear the distinct crunch of a at the very least a partially broken nose, and the crack of a monocle shattering at the force of your impact.
Oh.
The next thing you hear is the man exclaim out, "By the gods, it's you!" And you see as this man proceeds to bend down, grab Garrow around the waist, seemingly exploiting Garrow's complete and utter state of shock after having managed to apply a thorough punch to his master's head. Before Garrow is swiftly lifted up into the air and almost judo thrown over his shoulder and onto the ground, crashing through the engineering table that Brunel was previously standing next to.
What sort of damage have I just taken?
Well, let's roll table damage, shall we?
Oh,
Roll
Christ.
Circlex into table.
You take 9 points of bludgeoning damage as you crash through the table and are thoroughly winded in the process. A small well of ink proceeds to be spilled on you as you go barreling through the structure. And, well, the rest of you witness as Garrow was seemingly against his will forced to ruin what would otherwise be a perfectly good table. But
I go tumbling through this heavy oak table, sturdy one at that. My hat goes flying, and I find myself dazed, lying on the floor, not quite sure how I got there.
well, in either case, you as you are laying there dazed, trying to figure out what on earth just happened, you see the blood dripping nose and incensed, shattered, monocled face of Isengard Kingdom Burnell looking down at you with a look of anger that you have only ever seen him throw towards those unlucky few who have encountered him during late night raids, only for his look of extreme fury to quickly change to one of confusion. You see as he takes the now mere frame of a monocle out of his eye and proceeds to pop it into a breast pocket in his coat, as he offers you a hand and says, "Garrow, why are you here? And why are you punching me in the face?"
Oh, laughs heartily and says, "Looks like you're getting a bit slow, old man," as he takes your hand and lets you pull him up.
Well, he pulls you up without... you all notice as the man pulls the hefty frame that is Garrow up off the ground with relatively little difficulty, and then proceeds to wield his cane in a less weapon-like and more so
Gentlemanly?
instructive manner, as he proceeds to well, basically go off on one at Garrow. What have I told you about breaking the projects that my sponsees are working on? And trying to sneak around the main workshop. Weren't you here when this place was set up and the rules were introduced?
Of course, but, our old sparring matches, You always told me I should always be prepared for someone sneaking up, as you are. Quite
yes.
honestly, I was more surprised I was able to land the hit in the first place.
And land a hit you did. You've been working on your punches, haven't you? That hit lot. That you see as he cracks his nose, and finally, with a quick spurt of blood, you see as the previously up until this moment permanently bent out of place nose is now moved back into the correct spot, with just the slightest wince of pain being able to be seen from his face. And with the anger quickly subsiding from his face, you see as he looks at you, equal heighted as he is to Garrow, and says, "It's a good time to see you, boy," and goes to give you a big bear hug.
Yes, I embrace my mentor heartily, laughing. It has been far too long. I have much to tell you. I have been on many adventures, as I'm sure you have in your own way here, with your inventions. And I have some people I'd like to introduce you to, and especially the one
is that
who's actually
right?
been helping me with my punching.
Someone who's been helping you with your punching. Well, it's about time. You always had a great deal of brute force, but never much in the way of technique. Come, show me the man. And you see as he begins to gesture towards the rest of your party, quickly putting two and two together. The rest of you, and Garrow too, I presume, are able to spot as the engineer whose blueprint Garrow had previously annihilated is seemingly annoyed, but you will get the distinct impression that this probably isn't the first time this has happened.
Oh, this happens quite a lot. Come, my good man Isengard. Gareth says, putting his arm around Isengard's shoulders and bringing him over to the party. Let me introduce you to my comrades in adventure. And
as he makes his way over, he puffs out his chest a little bit and looks you all over and says, "And a fine bunch you all are from the looks of things. Tell me, what are your names?" "Pleasure to meet you."
Yes, and might I
Each
say, what a
name is-
fine workshop you have here.
What an interesting workshop it is indeed.
As each name
Quite.
tacks on various platitudes of epic warrior and grand seer of technology, or whatever is appropriate to each of you.
As you say, Grand Seer of Technology, as referencing, as in reference to Gunnar, you see as the man looks at you, Gunnar, with a degree of interest compared to the rest of the party, as he seemingly gives you a very quick but intense evaluation. But soon afterwards addresses the party as a whole and says, "Now tell me, you lot, why are you all here today, aside from accompanying my most muscular of apprentices?" "Interesting. So you have a magical flask, you say? And it contains a liquid creature? Well, let me see.
I correct him. While we were fighting goblins, there was a giant a giant water-based creatures that got sucked into this here flask.
So you've defeated a giant undead cave goblin shaman and then stole its soul and put it in the flask. Truly remarkable.
That
Show me what it looks like.
Before you pour it out, I put my hand on you and said, "Hang on, what? Let me go get a clear bottle of glass. Might be a better, safer way to do this."
That's a good idea, Garrow, he says, slapping you on the back with considerable force. And before gesturing
Garrett laughs, and you can tell he feels a bit of pride that Isengard complimented his idea.
He
and I
gestures
find
you towards a cabinet of what looks to be a very weathered-looking wine cabinet, but which appears to just be a container of various bottles of something. He says, "Over there, you'll see my cupboard of bottles. Take one."
I'd like to find the largest empty one I can find. If I can find something, the size of a vase, for example.
Oh, you find you find a flask which is truly impressive in size. It looks almost onion shaped, but whereas with an onion you'd expect the top spouting of leaves to have been cut short, it almost looks as though that has been left in place as this massive rounded flask, a bit like the one on the right there, only much longer in the neck, about 3 times longer than the neck on there. You're able to carry it over, and as you do so, he looks at you with an approving nod and says, "Very well, go ahead and demonstrate to us this creature that you have defeated and captured." Yeah. As you as you do, you see as the creature initially comes pouring out in the form of just a puddle, but it then you could see the look of Isengard looking at it with a bit of disappointment as he raises an eyebrow in your direction, saying, "Have you been telling tall tales?" But as he says this, you see as the small puddle in the glass proceeds to animate into a small, almost dragon-like little entity that proceeds to do an extremely intimidating battle roar into the open cavity before repeatedly headbutting the side of the vase, making a faint thunking noise. It roars at you producing a noise that sounds vaguely like someone gargling. But as you do so, you see as Isengard looks at the thing, and you see his eyes go wide. And then he looks to the rest of you and says, "How did you manage to get that into there?" Right. Like a bag of holding. I see. I've heard of such a thing. That does sound rather good. I see. They go. He looks, as you say this, you see as he is looking ever more curiously in your direction, seemingly waiting for you to finish. As soon as you do, he says, "How easily could you kill this?"
I
Easy.
fell on it, and it was no more.
Excellent. As soon as you say that, he takes the flask and just simply tips it upside down in order to empty it onto the ground before proceeding to stare at the now animated puddle that is just kind of quickly changing its attention to each of you standing around it in a simultaneous, clearly frightened to death but also attempting to be extremely intimidating look. Imagine the same kind of hissing motion that you get from an American possum when you encounter one. And
From an
You
American
just-
what?
you know,
Oh, possum. Yeah.
Yes.
They're cute.
yeah, except this thing is just kind of roaring at each of you and then not actually attacking any of you. And you see as Eisenbart just kind of gives it a nudge with his boot, and in the process gets a bit of it on his boot and says, "Go on, do something." You just see it continues to just kind of be intimidating. Well, it's not very impressive if you ask me. Well, come on, add a bit more to it. We're all good fighters here. I'm sure if it gets out of hand, we can handle it. So how many pints do you empty out? All right. As you see, the creature quadruples in size to something actually probably about the size of Puck, except entirely made out of water. And in the process, you see it suddenly gets to be a
So,
little
exactly
bit more
like Puck.
intimidating. Yes, because cats are liquid. And as it looks around at each of you and begins to, you can see it rears up and goes to attack you, Grace, as it lunges towards you in a biting motion, attempting to slap itself against you in an almost body slamming manner. And does a 6 hit you? Kiki, are you there?
I am indeed.
Ah, brilliant. So the little flask monster has been made into a 4-pinter by Trig, and has proceeded to respond to this sudden increase in size and power by attempting to lunge at you and attack you for an attack roll of 6.
That's going to miss.
I figured it might. How do you respond to this thing violently humping your boot?
I will smite it.
All right, I can only assume that you smite it by just simply driving your sword into the ground and making sure that it gets in the way. Well, that, I believe, is quite dead. As you drive the blade into the ground, you send it straight through the center of the water entity and reduce its size from something about the size of a large cat to a equivalent amount of liquid no longer animate.
Quite enough of that.
Talking about liquid, I'm gonna fill up my bottle of water. Be back in a minute.
Alrighty. And as you do this, Grace, Isengard looks at you and gives a nod of approval, a small golf clap before looking at the puddle and says, "All right, so when do you start acting drunk?" Oh, right. Well, you see as he undoes his glove and then takes it off and proceeds to scoop up a bit of the now slightly muddy water in his hand and just kind of looks at it and says, "Ooh, I can feel my hand starting to feel a bit tingly. Is that the effect taking place?" See as he empties his hand down onto the ground and then looks at you all with give me a perception check, guys.
All right.
Wow.
Apparently
You
everybody
did some
is.
awful rolls today.
I don't know. I got
What,
a natural
he,
20 earlier.
Same here. Only not
He
with this
looks
one.
at you all. He looks at you all and just kind of stares for a moment.
Would you?
And then,
Would you? So what is it? Jump on one foot?
"What, you mean like this?" And then he proceeds to hop up and down on one foot.
No, on the other one.
"Oh, yeah, apologies." And he switches from his right foot to his left foot and proceeds to hop up and down. You see he's far less confident on his left foot than he is on his right.
Okay, that's enough. That's enough. You can stop.
Okay. So, when does this work? When does this... Oh. No, I see what you mean. No, that's terrifying, and I love it. Okay. You see as his eyes begin to dart left and right, and I would say at this point, as you see his eyes darting left and right, and with him quickly putting 2 and 2 and 5 and 8 together, and quickly figuring out various ideas, you can see his pupils are dilated. As
Think of the amount of profits that can be made with this.
And he looks
You
to all of
probably
you.
would realize he's not motivated by profits as much by what gizmos he can make.
Oh no, I've just been watching too much Deep Space Nine.
No, he's not a Ferengi.
He's not Ferengi.
But in either case, as you see, as he gets lost in his own thoughts for a moment, you can see the dilation in his eyes begins to die down a little, as you can see that his inherent constitution seems to have allowed him to overcome the effect. But after a moment, he looks to all of you and says, "Right then, that flask of yours. How much is left in there, would you say?" I see, I see. Well, I don't have a flask of holding myself, so I won't be able to ask you to transfer the liquid over, but I do have a rather large set of mundane flasks. Kind of like this one. And he holds up the now empty flask, which you would estimate could probably hold somewhere in the realm of 7 to 8 pints. And says, "I'll get one of my assistants to scrounge up another couple of these. If you don't mind emptying out what you have into those, we'll be able to get that sorted out for you, and of course you'll be compensated for bringing this over. I know a few folks who will be able to get this looked into and see about getting all of this properly examined. I'm sure you're just as curious as I am to figuring out how this can be used." I see. I suppose it could be used for that, but that seems a little boring to me. Imagine the applications in treating madness with this. Could you imagine? Tell someone to chug some of this, someone who's crazy, and then as soon as that gets down their neck, tell them to stop being crazy, and boom! They're not crazy anymore.
Well, hopefully that would work, yes.
That would be an interesting application indeed.
See, I once heard of a man who had a stroke. And he was blind, but then because he had a stroke, he forgot that he was blind and could see again. It was quite remarkable. It's amazing what the brain can do when it doesn't know what it's doing. But it's even more amazing what it can do when it does know what it's doing, as you can see here. And he gestures towards the large structure that all of the other engineers have proceeded to put a little bit less effort into, and you can see that a bit of work has gone into clearing away the mess that Garo made with his back. And yeah.
Yes,
So,
that's a very interesting construction you have here.
yeah.
What is it?
Well, I'm surprised that your dwarven friend here didn't spot it. Tell me,
Yeah.
what is your name?
It is Gunnar.
Gunnar. Strong name.
Yeah.
Have you ever been to the capital, Warrenheim?
No, I grew up in Varpak.
I see, I see. Some of my greatest rivals live in Varpak.
Mm.
But anyway, perhaps you would be willing to have a bit of an education lesson. You see, this large entity here, this large construction, this is what I like to call the not-so-grand forge. It needs a new name, but that's about as good as it's going to get whilst it's still in the prototype phase. You see, over in the great dwarven capital, they have the Grand Forge, and it's this big old thing that they use to melt down all the metal using firestone, and they're able to create quite an impressive amount of metals from there. Quite the little industry they have going. It's a whole part of the alliance we have with them. Well, I figure that what if we have our own Grand Forge, except we have lots of Grand Forges. Oh, Garrow! That's excellent! The ultimate forgery!
Yes. This is, well, if they have a grand forge and yours is better, then, we have to be the best at forgery after all. That's how you forge, right?
That's right. It would be like the smithery except the forgery. I like that name. I'll pose it to the engineer who designed this and see if we can get a proper working title going. And
You need to get him to put a nameplate right upon it so all can see the ultimate forgery, with his name underneath it, of course. I'm sure he'll definitely go for that.
He puts up a finger in agreement and says, ha! Let me write this down. And pulls out a small notepad and proceeds to just, scribble a few bits and pieces into it before pocketing the thing and then saying, so, the idea is simple. What we do is we take rocks, we put them in, we take firestones, and then it combines everything together, and metal comes flowing out like water.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah. I would like
amazing.
to suggest that perhaps I could assist with with the creation of this ultimate forgery, in return for being able to use some facilities here at the workshop.
Are you going to do that in character, or are you just going to suggest it as Marsh?
I suggest what I suggested right now, in character. Or
All right. Well, as you say that to him, he looks at you with a degree of interest and says, "Now, you said that you grew up in the city of Varpak.
Oh yes, educated there as an engineer, in fact.
Impressive. Now tell me, why are you here? Surely someone as educated as yourself, they'd want to keep them over there."
Yes, well, they liked me a bit too much, and so I decided to leave and explore the world a bit. I want to also perhaps bring forth my robot dog, and you see, I created.
So right, okay. As you bring it forth, he looks at it with a degree of interest, but also just the slightest hint of horror.
It is currently in a temporary state, as it's true. The form I created for it was destroyed recently in the battle with the giant, with the water creature. Incidentally,
the giant water creature and the ghost goblin.
Right.
I have an idea. And he just turns around him and immediately begins walking away from you all.
Shall we follow him?
And then, after a moment's walking, he turns back around to you all with a degree of, what are you doing, on his face, and says, "Come on, then."
Oh yeah.
And
I want to say to Garrow while we're walking, your master is quite the industrious gentleman, isn't he?
Oh, yes, I do think so. I learnt everything I know from him. Well, everything non-magical.
I see.
You said,
yeah, sorry. Isengard, my good chap. This here is Grigori, my trunk companion. He also has something I think you'll find fascinating. He came across this dagger. You see, well, actually, it's a different member of our group who's not quite with us at the moment. He's
Hmm.
elsewhere at the moment, but he came across this dagger, and it released this foul beast. Where I'll have to tell you, it's over a glass of good glass of whiskey, as we used to. How we defeated.
Oh, yes, most definitely.
But anyway, it's just fascinating. The thing just seems to cut through any material that we've put it up against.
I nod. Anything I tried this on, I felt no resistance of.
I see. A knife that cuts through anything at all, as if it weren't there.
Precise.
And now tell me, are you sure that you're a man?
He didn't say he was a man, Ginger.
He could sense it.
I am. Yes, I am very sure that I am a man.
Well, he nods his head to the side and murmurs something, which I would say anybody with a passive perception of 13 or higher will be able to pick up and hear him mutter, "Very well, I don't judge." But in either case, he opens his hand and says, "May I see it?"
All right. I take out the dagger. I turn it around with the hilt towards him and hand him the knife.
And he takes the knife and very gingerly does so, making sure not to cut your hand as you're holding the bladed side of it.
Well, it was a knife, right? So the part that the blunt side is obviously towards me. Yeah.
But do bear in mind that even the blunt side still has a bit of sharpness to it. It's like,
yeah, true.
It's the difference between like a shard of freshly chipped glass levels of sharp and like a standard kitchen knife that you'd expect to see in a domestic kitchen. Like, still pretty sharp, but nowhere near as sharp as the sharp side. But in either case, Isengard takes the knife and proceeds to take a look closer at his eye, and you see as he takes his monocle out and pops it in before remembering and popping it back in his pocket, and then taking out a different lens from a different pocket and trying to get a good look at the knife before thinking to himself and muttering something before he looks at you and says, "Well, perhaps. You say it cuts through everything."
Yeah. If you have some iron, you might want to test it out.
Right.
You can test it out if you want. I wave at it. I gesture at him.
He walks over to one of the basically one of the workbenches that you could see looks as though it may have been designed with the intention of working sheet steel, and has a large anvil, and you see he just kind of cuts off the tip of the horn of the anvil and says, "Well, that's quite the piece. Imagine the metalworking you could do with this, Garrow."
Garrow smiles knowingly and says, "Yes, indeed. That experiment you had with that steam horse might actually have worked if you could have made the shapes you intended on your blueprints."
The steam what?
Oh, I don't dare do it the justice try and explain it. I pale at these things compared to my mentor here.
"Oh, well, even I only consider myself to be a novice at these things, you have to understand. But this knife, this is truly something special. I can tell there's just something about it. It's so shiny. But here's a question for you. And you see as he carefully flips it round and hands it back to you, handle first. Have you ever tried not cutting with it?
What?
What?
No. I have not.
So, here's what I'm thinking. This is clearly a knife that can cut through anything. But what if you don't want it to cut through something? What if you just want to push it onto something without cutting it? It's magic. Maybe it'll do something funny.
I just look at him in awe. Like that thought never even crossed my mind. I grab the knife from him and go back to that anvil. And I'm just gonna try hitting it without cutting. See what it does.
Right, so you just like flick the knife onto the anvil as if like you were trying to clang a spoon onto it, for example. Then,
Yeah, or a hammer.
as you as you bring the knife down, edge first, you see as it just cleaves through the anvil. It leaves a gouge in it that it ends up when the knife comes out. It's like a hair width, a hair's width slice into the iron, but it goes through exactly as you would expect.
I was going to suggest you try hitting with the flat of the blade.
Sorry, what did you say, S?
Gary's going to suggest you try hitting with the flat, so not where the sharp edge is, but the long part, the side of it.
Yeah, good point. I'll try doing that as well. Yeah,
The flat.
I'll try with the.
I actually
the flat side.
wanted to suggest the back, but Gary's not smart enough.
You know what? First, since I slice with the knife one way, I'll try like going like a backhand with the knife, so it goes with the other way back through the anvil. What does that do?
Okay, so you try to cut with the back edge of the knife, the false edge.
Yes.
Okay. As you do so, it's kind of like attempting to cut through an anvil with a butter knife. It just kind of doesn't do anything, but you do manage to take a bit of the surface scale that has been left from previous hammering marks there. You're able to, you basically give a very small polish to a very thin section of the anvil. Nothing that you wouldn't expect a typical mundane knife to achieve.
So the backside is not magically cutting through everything.
No, it isn't.
Okay. But for good measure, I'll try just hitting it with the flat side. Does that do anything?
As you twat the knife onto the anvil, it just rings slightly. Again, nothing particularly extravagant.
And if I stab it into it with the point, that would be
plunges into the hilt.
Yeah, that's just as the same as the knife edge. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I have nothing to add, apparently.
Give me a moment. I will repost the artwork that Raja did for the knife.
I should be having it somewhere as well.
There it is.
Yeah.
That's the one. I'll just post mine just to make sure.
Perfect.
I don't know why mine is supposed.
Oh wait,
to
no.
be...
Mine, the version that I posted is actually the final iteration that we went with. The one that you posted is not quite right.
Oh, what's different then?
It's got glowy along the blade.
Yeah, the one ginger post is
Like
slightly
cutting
brighter
hair.
on the back
Oh.
The
side.
back on the blade looks more fragmented and brighter,
Ah, I see.
more magical-esque.
You're right.
It's the back of the blade, by the way, looks like napped obsidian.
Right, I see it. Huh. I never noticed that you had a different version of it.
I never
Yeah,
noticed.
I thought that the version that I just posted was the version that you had, but I guess not.
No. Oh well. That's fine.
This is what the back of the blade looks like, effectively.
Hmm.
That is very cool. Also a bit weird.
Yeah, just a bit.
Ridged stabby stabs.
In any case,
Darrow
I
isn't smart enough to come up with this idea, but I'm going to give it to you, Theo, to try. Try taking the cut off piece of anvil, holding it in place, and cutting backwards through the slice. See if it reattaches.
Well, you can try it. I'll try doing that.
So you effectively try to uncut the anvil.
Yeah.
All right. As you do so, you bring the knife across, almost pretending as though you are applying a layer of butter to the anvil, and in the process, nothing happens. The chunk doesn't reattach. Although, when you hold it to where the cut was, it's such a perfect cut that it looks as though there is no cut. But then when you let go, it just falls.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it was an interesting experience, or at least a very interesting hypothesis.
Quite.
Interesting theory.
Now,
But
so here's the thing about this knife. It's magical. Is that right?
oh yes.
Yes, you can tell by the way it cuts through anything. Now, if it could cut through anything with one side, and the other side looks so interesting, there's surely got to be something about that.
I have yet to find out what exactly. I know I know little of this knife. Very little. I know that it is older than all of us combined. But more than that, I have yet to figure out myself.
Perhaps the backside cuts magic.
Maybe. See.
Well, we still have a
Strix is
lot of
the
things to
pronouns.
test out if that's the case.
Right, you do have a wizard here if you want to ask him to help you with that.
But the only time I've actually felt something from that knife when it comes to actual resistance was... You guys remember that box?
Hmm?
That blew up in my face?
Yes.
That was the only moment I actually felt any resistance.
And what was different about the box?
Well, the moment I opened it, I couldn't see anything for a second. Then my vision
So it
came
was
back
trapped.
and everything hurt. Yeah,
It
it
sounds
was,
like to me that you opened the trap box.
I most definitely opened the trap box, and I think I just cut straight through the lock that kept it somehow closed.
So, just to be clear, this knife could cut through anything without any resistance, but the one time you tried to cut through a box, you felt something?
Yeah, I believe there was some magical trap, but I don't know exactly how it was. I believe I still have the box with me though.
Well, let me see. And you
I,
see as
I
he
stole my
calls
knife
over
away,
to
and
he calls over to one of the other apprentices that you see is currently helping with the reconstruction of the desk, and you see as Isengard just calls over. You, whatever your name is, get over here. And as the man comes over, he looks at Isengard and says, "It's never mind. What do you need me to see, Isengard?" And this is a man who looks a little more, or should I say, a little less physically impressive than the rest of the engineers here. This is very much more the intellectual side of engineering rather than the physical side of forging, as most of the individuals around here seem to be. And Isengard looks at him and says, "Take a look at this knife. Also, pass me your hammer." You see, is the man kind of pulls a hammer off of a tool belt and hands it to Isengard, and then Isengard immediately takes it and hands it to you and says, "This is a magic hammer. Tell him what it does. You." And the man, with an exasperated look, looks towards you, Grigori, and says, "Hello, the name's Balthazar." And he goes to shake your hand.
I hand him my hand. Grigori.
It's a pleasure. Okay, I'm not sure what Isengard has planned here, but that is a hammer that is basically just enchanted to be indestructible. If I've had it for years, never had to replace it. It was a relatively cheap enchantment. It's pretty handy for when you're doing a lot of bashing on metal things.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as he says this, Isengard looks at you with a knowing look and says, "Did you hear that? He said it's indestructible."
Oh dear. Do you mind if we test it out?
Balthazar looks at you with a shrug and gives a kind of sure, I don't see why not, and just says, "So long as I have it back soon, preferably within the next 10 minutes or so."
You'll have to talk to Isengard about that.
Okay. I was in the middle of something. I'll be back to get my hammer soon. You see as he walks away, and you see as he gets back to helping the others out with whatever they're doing.
All right, then let's test it out. And let's first try the backside, in case anything really does happen with that. And I pull out my knife again and I try hitting it with the backside, cutting it with the backside.
All right. The same kind of effect as when you were cutting against the mundane anvil occurs. It's relatively little effect. This hammer, by the way, it's odd. It feels perfect. Like it has just the right. It has just the right weight. It almost seems to magically be perfectly balanced as you just give it a few quick test swings. It's beautiful. If you were to attach this onto a longer stick, you would probably guess it would be somewhere in the realm of a +1 warhammer.
Huh. All right, now for the main dish, the main course. I'll try cutting a slight edge of it. Not to ruin the whole hammer, but just one side of it. Let's cut off a corner or something.
All right. As you take as you flip the knife around and you go to shave off a piece, like peeling a potato, you feel the knife begins to bite into the hammer, but you struggle to actually push it through. It seems to be giving you a degree of resistance, which is incredibly strange, given that how you are used to using this knife.
Mm-hmm.
And as you pull the knife back, you see that there is a notch in the hammer where the material has been displaced by the blade. It hasn't cut through, though.
Huh.
You see as Isengard looks at you and gives you a kind of silent nodding and encouragement.
We finally have found something that that puts up any resistance, other than that log.
Well, go on, finish the job.
All right. I'll try cutting it harder.
As you push the knife with a little bit more effort, it feels as though something suddenly snaps and the knife pushes all the way through, completing the cut. A chunk of the hammer pings off, and you all get a sudden feeling, like a sinking feeling in your stomach. All of you at the same time. And it's strange. It's like suddenly gravity just turned off for about a quarter of a second. And as soon as it's over, there's something odd about the hammer. There's something, it feels a bit off. And as you get a feel for it and you swing it around a little bit, you feel as though the once perfect balance of the hammer has been almost reduced slightly somehow. And Isengard just looks to the rest of you and says, "Did anybody else feel that?"
Wait, you guys felt that too?
It was indeed odd. Can I make an arcane check, maybe?
Go ahead. Go ahead and make an Arcana check. Anybody who wishes to. If you have the ability to cast spells under normal circumstances, you have advantage.
I shall make good use of my advantage.
Indeed, you will.
Athletics.
Grace.
Kiki punches the hammer.
Grace. I asked for an Arcana check, not for you to flex.
They're right next to each other.
Are you?
Oh dear.
Oh my god, she went better than me?
Well, in that case, Grace and Gunnar, the pair of you are able to immediately get an instinctual understanding of what just occurred.
Perhaps
whenever
hammer with a what is it? No, what was it? Identify spell.
Well, yeah, if Marsh wanted to, he could identify it. But let me just explain to you the instinctual understanding of what the pair of you just had happen. Whenever you summon forth a degree of magic, there's a kind of feeling that this magic, in some way or another, is being drawn from the very essence of the self, in order to impose this desire to change reality into an actual physical occurrence. That is magic. In the case of Grace, when she casts a smite, she is drawing from her own power in order to do that, and that power being guided and shaped by the tenets of her paladin faith. And in your case, Gunnar, it's this inherent knowledge of the universe being used as a kind of instruction booklet on how to take apart reality and structure it in a preferable manner. And it feels like what just happened was you all experienced that same kind of force, that same kind of reality shifting potential occur, except almost like a shockwave that was emanated out from the hammer when Grigori cut through it with the dagger.
Very strange. The moment I pushed extra in, every resistance I felt just went away. Gunnar, could you Could you identify the hammer?
I suppose I could.
I would recommend using a spell slot on this for brevity,
Yes.
reducing a 10-minute cast to 6 seconds.
Well, the only reason I used the ritual before is because I have never had the spell slots available when I cast
Yeah.
it. So,
Yeah, that's fair.
yeah, I'll just
But,
cast Fight on it then. With a
as you cast
spell slot.
Identify on the hammer, Gunnar, the knowledge bringing aspects of the spell fail to cling on to any magical essence within the hammer. And the only conclusion that you can come up with is that this is a mundane object that you were attempting to identify.
Uh-huh.
Any
Well,
magical potential this hammer once had is now gone.
Yes, I'll tell the others that it is no longer enchanted. It is just a regular hammer now. Yep.
Well, as you say this, Gunnar, you see as Isengard looks at the rest of you with the most shit-eating grin any of you have ever witnessed, Garrow included. And he just looks at you, Grigori, and says, "Oh, don't worry about it. I'll buy him another one. But this is something. You just took a magic hammer that is specifically designed to never break, and you broke it."
I nod. There's something special about these elven daggers, I guess.
There is. Very special indeed. Don't worry, your secret's safe with me. But, maybe, he puts his hand out and, gestures towards the hammer and says, "Maybe I should break the news to him."
Yeah, that would be probably for the best, and I hand them the hammer. And I put away my knife.
Alright then, you lot. So, we've figured out what we're going to be doing with your pet pond, he says, looking towards Groose. And we've run a few tests on a very special knife, he says, looking towards Grigori. Do any of the rest of you have any ideas?
Oh, by the way, Ginge, I might have to go soon. So I'll still be listening in and be able to type, but I'll stop talking soon.
Alright. Sounds good.
Well, if no one has introduced Fido to Isengard yet, that seems appropriate.
Oh yeah. Well, I showed it to him, and he just kind of went ugh, and he ignored it.
Yeah. As you just kind of gesture towards the robo dog again, he gives us another look and says, "Right, yes, that one. So, you see, this one is a little interesting because I've never seen something like this. None of my apprentices have ever made something that, actually walks around by itself. So,
Yes. No one in Varpak had ever seen it either, or even me, until I accidentally made it.
accidentally,
Well, you see, one day we found a very special piece of firestone, and upon making some tests with it, it seemed to fuse with metal, and then it seemed to be able to control the metal it fused with. And so I just stuck some legs on it, and it learned to walk. And eventually I taught it to fight, and well, I got a lot of attention from the city in Varpak, so I left there.
so
Which is why
you have a thing that can fuse with metal, and then, as you use it, you taught it how to fight things. And then you made it a body that it could use to fight things.
It wasn't made
And at
too
no
fine.
point you ever thought, this is dangerous and I should stop.
No, it's a very peaceful item. I didn't teach it too fine.
He interrupts you, grabbing your hand to shake it and says, you have the kind of gumption that I like in this place. Do you want a position under my authority?
Well, I would love to make use of the facilities here. And you seem to be doing some fine work. However, I am traveling with these folks, and a permanent position might not be feasible here.
Oh, permanent. You get a budget, and so long as you can bring up with some good ideas, we'll make sure that you get whatever you need.
Ah, well, then I'd be happy to accept.
And he nods in your direction with a big smile and says, there's an empty room right over there if you want to go put your stuff. Speaking of, you lot, why do I get the impression that you're in need of a place to stay?
Well, we did just arrive today.
Yeah.
We were planning on staying on... what was it called again? We were searching for a place called the Smiling Bison.
Oh, that place. Ah, that's the lot of rubbish over there. The Smiling Bison's the kind of place where people who think that they know what they're talking about go to. No, if you really want something, if you really want to go to a place where you can enjoy a nice whiskey and really talk about the finer things in life, that's when you go over to... Well, doesn't really have a name, but I'll introduce you all. I'm sure you'll enjoy yourself.
Theo laughs and slaps Isengard on the back. Just like old times, my chum. And staying away from those
just
places
like old
where
times.
people go who think they know everything. Well, it's now that you mention that, it does remind me, one of our party is heading over to the Bison. I'll probably have to go pick him up at some point.
Oh no. That's tragic. Does he know he's going there, or is he going there as an accident?
He intended to go there. He'd found out from his friends. You see, he has friends in every city. Man, quite a charismatic person. I'll have you know. Well, charismatic with a certain part of the city.
He has friends who told him to go to the Smiling Bison. The poor sod.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
I said he has friends that told him to go to the Smiling Bison. The poor sod.
Well, not quite.
Well, from what I understand is he. Well, and Gary leans in a bit conspiratorially. He talks to rats.
What?
I think he's one of those folks who come from up north.
Oh.
And not the good sort of up north, like myself, of course. From God, what was that place called on the map? Nordshire and that area. Proper rugged place, but the unexplored areas. The wilderness. I think he once mentioned something about orcs, but well, you know what I think about orcs.
Ugh. Beastly bunch. Have you ever tried? Have you ever met an orc woman?
Well, I'd have a difficult time trying to tell her apart from the orc men, I'd imagine.
Oh no, much bigger, much angrier.
No.
Oh, really? Is there anything like so the orc women are like the elven men?
I never thought about it, but I suppose so.
I look over at Grigori just briefly, and then just go back to talking to Isengard. Anyway, though, would you be able to spare one of your apprentices and perhaps a cart and a horse, just so I can get him back over here? See, he has a tendency of turning into giant barrels sometimes, and it's a bit difficult to maneuver, as I'm sure you can understand.
You know, Garo, When I told you that you shouldn't be afraid to talk to strangers now that you were an adult, I didn't expect you to actually make friends with strangers, especially not the strange ones.
Okay, Garo just laughs loudly and says, My friend Isengard, you got to understand this man. As strange as he can be, he knows how to hold himself in a fight.
Well, it sounds like him knowing how to hold himself in a fight involves turning into a barrel and talking to rats.
Well, yes, but well, you should have seen our last battle. He empowered the power of the moon itself and fired a beam of energy at our foe. Granted, he also set my good friend Grace here on fire, but partly his own fault. He shouldn't have walked into the beam, of course.
Yeah, he nods but gives a very confused expression on his face and says, I'll have to ask him about that myself.
I will say one thing, though. Isengard, my good friend, this may interest you, is this guy, right? He's like those shapeshifters, you know, the ones that can turn into animals.
Oh.
Yeah, you know,
What does he turn
nature
into?
wizards. Well, here's the thing. He
Furries, I
turns
think they
into
call
stuff a
themselves.
lot like some of the experiments you do. Like I told you, remember the old steam horse that didn't work out?
Yes, the legs, they never work quite right.
Garo raised an eyebrow and said, you're being too modest. The legs may not have worked right, but come on, the real problem was when it exploded.
Well, you have to understand, Gara, my lad. That was when it stopped working.
Garo pauses to ponder that for a moment, and it's almost as if he's had a bit of an epiphany about the whole encounter. Like his eyes just widen. It's like he's just realised some arcane truth of the universe.
You just see his eyes
You might be onto something there, my old chum.
You see his eyes and God pats his hand onto Garo's shoulder in an accepting way and says, "Don't worry, it had a similar effect on me when I had that realization."
Anyway, the point is, you might be able to, I don't know, maybe learn from these mechanical forms that he is an expert in. Maybe make notes, and be able to replicate them.
Well, you've certainly given me a lot to think about today, Garo. But for now, I think what we need to do is finish working on. He looks over at the broken desk and says, "Getting that man's blueprints back in order. But for now, let's see if we can't get you all sorted out with some rooms. How many of you mind sharing?"
How many?
Don't see why not.
Garo looks in. Oh, what's happened to the old mansion? Has you lost a few rooms since I was last here?
Well, as a matter of fact, I have. Some of the mansions going into renovations, and as well as that, well.
Garo looks a bit sheepish when you say that. You're not talking about the Western Wing, are you?
No, we had that sorted out a little while ago, actually. No, I'm talking about something a little more recent. Well, the C block, where all of the more unstable experiments were stored.
Yes.
Well, new policy is that unstable experiments are to be kept isolated.
Isolated, you say?
As it turns out, that isolation means that if one explodes, the others don't go with it.
Well, in that case, we definitely should keep everyone in the party in separate rooms.
It would be nice to not be challenged for bathrooms.
I'm sure we can sort you out with something, especially if what you say is right and you have a propensity to explode. I'll make sure that whoever
Only
is,
some
that
of us.
any of you, yes, any of you who have the chance of exploding in the night, let me know, and I'll make sure you get your own place away from all of the unstable experiments.
Don't worry. I believe that none of us have had any poisons. But night cruise.
Sorry, Theo, what was that? I think you'll have to type. You're talking
He
too
said
quietly.
something about poisons.
Yeah, that I did hear, but, you know.
I think he said something along the lines of, I don't think any of us have any poisons, right, Bruce?
Wait, hang on. No, Isengard said anybody who has a propensity to explode will be given their own room away from the unstable experiments.
I've never exploded, so I think I'll be fine.
I think Isengard knows better than to put Garrow near volatile explosive stuff.
Yeah.
Now,
You,
Garrow's not as bad as he used to be, but still.
So, I'm going to call the break, say 15 minutes. And, in fact, we'll pick it up at the end, at the turn of the hour. How about that?
Okay.
Give people plenty of time to go and do their own things. In the meantime, what we're going to do in-game is have a bit of a time skip. And once I pop to the loo and get back, Chase, you and I can go over the details of what CD was up to during the time that the others have been gone. Just
Do I know that they are going to take... Oh, no, I probably don't know that they're going to take rooms in that mansion.
Nope.
unfortunately not, but we'll get to that in a bit.
Now, to be honest, I would have not expected that change in plan that fast. I genuinely
Well,
thought we were going to meet
I
in
did.
that.
I did tell you to stick with the party, dude. Stuff was going to happen. You knew that.
Look, most of the time I stick with you. Someone or the other casts a zone of truth and forces me to spit out everything.
Well, that happened
I'm not
once
saying
because you
you're
were
out.
trying to
I'm not
lie to
saying.
the paladin.
I'm not saying you're out to get me. All I'm saying is I'm learning. I'm learning that the more time we spend apart, the safer I am.
Also, who are we calling somebody or other?
I have the right to
What
remain
I'm going to say
silent.
is, when you said you wanted to go off on your own, I did have Garrow like say, look, maybe that's not a good idea.
He doesn't fully trust you.
Why would you not trust Garrow? Garrow is probably the most trustworthy person in the party, like unironically.
Yep.
Like
I think I said that
not
wrong.
always.
He does. It's not
What?
that he doesn't trust you. He doesn't trust. He doesn't trust being around you.
Why not? Garrow is, if we're going to use old alignment system, is probably a chaotic good. He's not going to beat you up unless you actually do something bad in front of him.
You
In
beat
fact,
me up
he will
because I talked with Grigori with his proper pronouns.
You were insulting to Grigori. You were actually rude to him. That's why you got a slap.
Yeah,
The
you were
fact
rude
that
to a woman.
Garrow thinks
Oh, you got
Grigori
slapped.
might be a woman means he was quicker to slap you, but he still would not have taken that line down.
Well, I'm back.
Welcome
So.
back.
Chase, after splitting off from the rest of the party, what would CD have done?
First of all, he would have asked around to see the alchemist road that Garo talked to him about before.
All right.
So,
So,
where that was.
so CD attempts to locate the city's alchemist. Then,
Yes.
all right. I would say roll me an investigation check to basically just go around and attempting to locate said shop, or alternatively, roll me a different check if you would rather go about it via your own means or different means.
I think I'm going to be asking around for it instead. So perhaps a persuasion check would have been better.
Yeah, a persuasion check will work. Okie dokie. So, with 17, you're able to find a few individuals who are perfectly willing to help you out. After making your way into the side alley, you're able to find a couple of kids just basically playing with a small leather ball that seems to have been hastily makeshift made of some kind, and are basically just having a game of kick the ball against the wall. But in either case, it only takes a quick couple of questions before you're told that there is a particularly annoying old man who likes to do all of the medicine work around this area of the city.
Do they look like urchins or what?
I wouldn't call them urchins, but they are best described as currently unattended.
Currently unattended. All right. I throw in their way a silver for them to fight over and say thank you.
And they fight over it.
I just have a bit of a giggle.
One of them actually follows you as you make your way along, attempting to locate the alchemist. And this kid, he's called Jerry, by the way. He's a human child. You guess him to be somewhere in the realm of 12 to 13 years old. And he just simply follows you along, not saying anything unless you address him.
I don't address him until I reach the alchemist shop. Then I turn around and ask him, so, you want something?
Well, I was wondering, why have you got so much money?
Why I got so much money? That's a simple question. I'm an adventurer. The people kind of pay me money to make trouble go away.
Right, okay. So, you make trouble go away.
Mm-hmm.
And how do you do that? Do you pay them to go away?
Nope. Keep guessing.
Go on, then.
I fight them till they go away.
So you beat people up. You don't look like you can beat someone up. My big brother Bob could beat you up.
How many people are in the street currently?
Oh no!
Currently, you would guess to be around, well, the alchemist shop that you've been directed to. When you do eventually manage to find it, you notice that it's not exactly on the high street, but it's down one of the lesser traveled routes. and you would guess there to be somewhere around 6 or 7 individuals with a direct line of sight of you.
Is there a nearby alleyway?
Absolutely. There is a small there's a small alleyway which you can see to be a blind alley. That is the technical term for an alley that comes to a stop with no exit on the other side. And as you peer down, you can see that the only other potential entrances or exits to said alley are either over a 12-foot or so brick wall on the far side, or into what appears to be a side entrance into the alchemist shop.
I just motion to the kid and tell him, "Let me show you how I beat people up."
CD, why are you
The kid
encouraging
the
kids
kid-
into back alleys?
the kid looks at you for a moment, raises his eyebrows, and says, "Now, I don't think I need to tell you that I've been told not to follow strangers. And even though I've followed you, not even I'm dumb enough to follow a stranger into an alley after he's told me that he's going to show me how he beats people up."
Ah, so you are a bit smart, you brat. And I just laugh at that. Okay, listen. You know what a druid is?
Nope.
Druids are basically these weird people that dress up in leaves and barks of trees, and they can turn into giant monsters and beasts.
He looks you over, notices that you're not wearing bark and leaves, and says, "You're a bit of a shit druid, aren't you?"
Well, you see, I'm not really a normal druid. I don't turn into normal monsters. I don't turn into normal animals. I turn into, like, have you seen those ships that fly in the air?
Oh, you mean those dwarven things?
Yes, those
Yeah, I've
dwarven
seen them.
things. Do you see
My
them?
friends keep saying that someday one of them's going to fall out the sky and it'll crush me.
Nah, I trust the dwarves. They don't make things that simply fall off. Now, if a human made it, that would be a different story.
Hey,
He's
I'm
right.
just being honest, kid. Basically put, I turn into something that's similar to those mechanical beasts.
you could turn into an airship?
I can turn into an animal that, you know what? Just look inside of the alleyway. Don't enter it. Just look into it. I don't want other people to see my transform. I don't want other people to see me transform. Basically, I want to keep it
You
hidden.
don't want people to know you can transform, yet you're going to show an absolute stranger you can.
Who's gonna fucking believe a kid?
Jason's got a good point.
I simply step into the alleyway and look at him. Are you looking?
He is stood at the entrance to the alleyway, arms crossed, looking about as impetuous as a child can possibly look.
All right. I turn into a giant enemy spider.
All right. Let me just quickly roll a dice to see if anybody happens to walk past at an inopportune moment. That's a natural 1, which is lucky for you because that means that the woman walking past is entirely oblivious to the fact that not only did you turn into a giant mechanical spider, but the child proceeded to spout off a bunch of swear words in response. In fact, as the child proceeds to say a lot of words like holy shitting fucking what, the woman pretty much just turns to the kid and just immediately begins chastising the kid for having a foul mouth.
And as he's looking away,
entirely oblivious to the mechanical spider.
As as she's chiding him, I turn back into a human and just step forward from the alleyway.
As you do
Like
so,
with-
the woman looks at you and says, "Are you this kid's brother?"
Yes.
Well, you should tell him to stop swearing so much. It's fucking rude.
I'll be sure to tell him that, ma'am.
Well, be off with you. And then she walks down the road, leaving you there. Not the smartest lady.
Yes, thank God.
Well, the kid looks at you with a renewed sense of awe and admiration for you. And he then looks at you and says, "So if you're able to turn into giant monsters, then why are you looking for medicine?"
Well, I know. That's something else entirely. You don't need to know about that. But what
Oh,
you do-
right. So you're happy to show me about the fact that you could turn into a giant spider, but you don't want to tell me as to why you want to get some foot fungus medicine. Okay, I get it. Weirdo.
I just laugh. You know, kid, I like you. Do you want me to?
Well, that's a first.
Do you want me to teach you how to do things like I do?
What?
Teach you how to become like monsters, like me.
You could do that?
Oh no.
I can. As a matter of fact, I can.
Well,
As a matter of fact, I can.
I'm not
teach you
sure
even-
if I'm not sure if my mum would like that. If I came home one day looking like a giant spider.
Like a giant mechanical spider. That part is important. But you can control it.
You could see as gears begin to turn visibly in the kid's head, as you could see as he's mulling over the opportunities that could be afforded to a kid with the ability to turn into a giant mechanical monster spider. And after a moment,
They aren't all spiders,
looks-
by the way.
he just looks at you and says, "Yeah, go on, teach me how."
Teach you how. Well, it's a really long process that might last a really long time. But I trust that eventually you can become even something more scarier than a giant spider.
Wait, how long are we talking here?
Depends. How good are you? Maybe months.
Well, I've got to go back to. Did you just say months?
Well, I'm gonna stay here for a long while.
You're crazy, mister. And he just turns
But I
around
can
and walks off.
But come on. I wanted to say something to him.
Well, you can still shout it at him as he's walking away.
But I can turn into a giant monster.
He just turns to look at you again.
And I have a lot of money.
Roll a persuasion. You don't need to roll a persuasion check. As soon as you say that, he immediately walks over and says, "All right, deal.
I shake his hand.
So you'll pay me to show me how to turn into a monster. All right."
It should be the other way around.
This is incredibly creepy.
Oh no.
Well, I'm not gonna pay you yet. I still need to know if you're good enough to turn into a giant spider.
Well, I can do it.
But Chase
tell me
will
how.
only pay him if he's good enough.
Well, if you could say turn into instead of a giant spider, turn into a small rat and maybe steal something. I'm not saying that in character, by the way. I'm just telling that maybe I could convince him to start little by little my small criminal empire.
Hang on.
Alright.
You
Hang on.
gotta start somewhere, you know?
Chase, are you role playing as Fagin?
Who's Fagin?
Christ, you're right.
Who's Fagin? Show me a picture at the very least.
He's a character in a musical called Oliver Twist who basically finds street urchins and trains them in how to pick pockets and steal from street stalls.
Oh,
he
that
takes
character.
pictures of
Yeah, I
everything.
read. I remember him. Oh, yes, basically.
Oh God. I am reviewing the situation.
Why the fuck do you think I didn't want to be around you guys?
Suddenly, I feel considerably less comfortable with DMing this session.
Well, you said your name was Jerry, right?
Yeah. Who wants to know?
Well, I do, to be honest. You very well might be my very first bloody pupil.
Wait. I don't know what your name is.
It's you can call me CD.
Is that a joke?
No, I was.
Wait, are you a joke?
I just turned into a mechanical spider. Do you want me to turn into a mechanical spider again? This time really closer?
You see, as a look of mild confusion comes over his face. Hang on just a moment. Feel free to talk amongst yourselves for a bit. I've got to go sort something.
Yeah, I did not expect reenacting Oliver Twist to be today.
So, CD, tell me. Chase, was it?
Fuck you! It's not child grooming. I'm preparing him for a life of crime. I'm not preparing him to get, done by me. Fuck
Yeah,
you.
that sounds like grooming.
No, it doesn't.
Look, grooming doesn't have to be sexual. Yeah.
So, Chase, I have a question for you. Are
Yes?
you a baden? And a baden you shall stay.
Am I a what?
A baden.
Abandoned?
A baden.
What's that?
What?
Oh my God. I'm hoping at least one person knows what I'm talking about.
Abaddon? Abaddon? What are you talking about?
What happens when a CD is 70 must come a time 70. When he's old and it's cold and no one cares if he lives or he dies. The one consolation's the money he may have put by. I know no one gets this but me, but I'm getting a great deal of joy out of this.
What, reading poetry?
I'm basically quoting Fagin.
Look, CD has a very troubled childhood.
And a baden I shall stay. You'll see no transformation, but it's wrong to be a rogue in every way.
Look,
I could do the whole thing because I did it when I was in school, but I'm not gonna.
CD has a very troubled childhood. He would jump at the opportunity of starting something on his own.
All right, I'm back.
But the real question is, can a villain be a villain all his life? I mean, perhaps it's better to settle down and get yourself a wife.
troubled childhood
Ah,
grooms children.
yes.
Fuck off, Theo. For fuck's sake.
No.
This is. Look, I am getting more and more uncomfortable with this, but I'm still fucking going to trudge on. So fuck you.
I mean, look, he left the party to do this. That's what I'm going to say.
Well, no, I originally left the party to buy poisons and whatnot. It's Ginger's fault that he gave me a child.
No, this is completely on you, dude.
Look, Chase,
Don't put this on the table.
you have to understand, Chase. Children exist. That does not mean that they must be exploited.
But I like exploiting them.
Oh,
my god!
It gives me such joy.
Disavow. Do not know this person.
Well, would I know the first thing about training someone to be a druid? Basically, from memory, how they trained me. Well, I think yes, but never hurts to ask.
I mean, that's
So,
like asking just because you can speak a second language, you can teach someone else it.
You know what?
I'm all for this because don't druids have like a mandate where they can't teach anyone the druidic language, and they would need to teach them the druidic language to teach them to be a druid. So he'd have every druid out there after him.
No, we are in the
Hell,
city.
anyway.
They're in the forest, the giant forest specifically. They're not gonna know that I'm doing this shit.
2 sessions later, it turns out there is a band of mecha druids living in this city in the underworld.
Yes, exactly. That's the thing that I want. A band of
And they
mecha
don't take
druids.
kindly to you starting a rogue rival druidic gang against them.
No. Look, I'm one of a kind, all right?
You're
And
going to
if
end up as a robotic horse head in your bed. That's what I'm saying.
Look, I'm gonna start up my own mecha druid hive in the city sewers, all right?
Have fun with that.
and they'll all be children.
this is all ridiculous. By the way, since Theo is no longer doing it, could somebody else stream the game for the... Well, actually, no, there's not really much point, is there? I mean, after all, the right now, we're just looking at the world map that is... But I might add, by the way, the world map is gradually becoming more and more defaced over time.
Yeah.
Yes, actually, you shouldn't be doing that right about now. I have the map. You shouldn't be drawing on it any more penises.
Yeah, whoever drew that
You
giant
have the
dick
map.
should just really. I
But
mean, I
besides,
managed to cover over
according
the
to
giant
Ginger's
dick,
rules,
but it's like
this
still
drawing is fine because its title is subtle and funny.
no.
Look, it says it right underneath it.
I think that's sarcastic. And frankly, the only reason it's somewhat acceptable is because I turned it into a racing car.
Oh, is that what it is?
Anyway, back to me grooming a child.
Oh,
Oh my god.
I'm gonna see you guys next week.
She actually she fucking
Yes,
left.
It actually left.
That's I recommend that you be cautious of receiving a sudden and unexpected knock at the door in the coming days, Chase.
It's the Middle East. They won't mind. Hello.
Kiki.
Hello, Kiki.
I
Well,
no,
Look,
seriously,
I might get
quite
okay.
seriously cringe.
before we continue on with the session, I have a video I'd really like you to watch.
Oh, good fucking god!
It's a de-radicalization video for Chase's grooming
That's
gang.
adorable. That's adorable. Anyway, I tell him, listen, Meet me back in front of this shop in a couple of days. I'm gonna craft for you druidic focus, the thing that allows me to transform into this. It'll allow you to.
Sorry, could you repeat that, Chase?
Oh, I basically want to craft for him a druidic focus so that he might start learning.
All right. So what exactly do you tell to the kid? To Jerry, by the way.
To Jerry. Listen, kid. Come back in a couple of days, around this area. 3 days. By that time, I'll be able to craft you a druidic focus so that you might, begin your first journey into transforming.
All right. She thinks for a moment. Give me 2 silver and it's a deal.
I'll give you 2 silver when you appear, you fucking dinkus.
Well, you need to make it worth a while.
Well, you're not gonna transform into a mechanical giant spider and do whatever the hell you want.
I couldn't do that already. You're not taking anything away from me.
But I'm taking away the opportunity to do that. You see,
No,
if you do
you're not taking anything away from me. I can't do it yet, so you got nothing on me, master.
I'm taking away the opportunity for you to do it, you dingus. You're not going to be. Do you want to live the rest of your life not being able to transform into a giant mechanical spider?
Do you want to live the rest of your life telling me not how to be able to turn into a giant mechanical spider?
Yes.
Well, go on then.
1 silver piece.
1.5.
I don't have a half, so 1.
He thinks for a moment. Okay, deal.
Deal. I give him a silver piece. Come back in 3 days. I'll be giving you a druidic focus for you to transform.
He takes the silver
Is that
piece
what they're
and-
calling them these days?
Yes, that's what they call them these days. Look, I have weed on me. Count your blessings that I'm not telling him to go sell it to his friends. All right.
I mean,
He takes the silver piece and he walks off. And roll me a perception check.
Perception. Oh shit.
You hear him. You hear him saying something to himself, but you don't quite catch what the words are. But in either case, he wanders off and leaves you outside the alchemist shop.
I enter the alchemist shop then.
All right. Give me just a moment. Okie dokie. So, as you make your way into the shop, the first thing that hits you, almost like a solid wall, in fact, is the unmistakable aroma of garlic. Like, this is a degree of garlic that would make even the most patriotic of Italians think, Mamma Mia. But as you walk in, you see that there is a it's an odd design on the inside. It appears as though that the shop is relatively unkempt. There is a large, what looks like may have once been very plush rug that you can tell is supposed to have a bold black and white color scheme, but has since turned into a grey and yellow color scheme with splotches of whatever happens to have been spilled on it over the last several years. And as you look around, you see that there are vials and bottles and little ingredients and finished potions that are scattered around in little, almost look like egg crates, except smaller and more accommodating of a bottle. But in either case, as you step in, aside from the overwhelming, sheer, unabated power of garlic, you just notice that doesn't seem as though there's anybody else here.
I step forward into the counter.
Yep, there is a small bell on the counter, the kind that you tap the top of for service.
I tap it.
The very moment you go to push the bell, you immediately hear screeching at you. Don't touch the bell! Do you
All
press the
right.
bell?
No, I don't.
Okay. A moment passes. You're still alone in the shop.
If you're not gonna come out, I will have to press the bell.
No, you don't!
I'm moving my hand towards the bell.
As you move your hand closer and closer to the bell, you get an overwhelming sense of dread that just seems like... have you ever watched a movie and the soundtrack consists of just this very low undertone of bass that seems to grow or fade in intensity in order to try and drive an artificial sense of seriousness?
Yes.
The closer your hand gets to the bell, the stronger that sense becomes.
My hand is very close now. Will you just come out? I want to trade and buy stuff.
Silence.
My hand is right on top of the bell.
Is it touching the bell?
It's almost touching.
Still nothing.
I touch the bell.
Do you ring the bell?
Yes.
As you ring the bell, you hear a delightful ting, and it seems to just ring for an unusually long time. And about maybe 6 or 7 seconds later, you see a goblin come rushing out of a back room, running through what you would assume to be some kind of shawl covering over a doorway, rapidly pushing it out of the way and putting the hand on the bell, silencing it, and saying, "That doesn't stop ringing until you stop it. It's cursed. And now I hate you. What do you want?
I want to buy stuff from you. Components, specifically.
And now I don't hate you. What do you want?"
Do you have anything that's detrimental to the health?
Well, I've got medicines. And the nice thing about medicines, if you think too much of a medicine, it's not medicine anymore.
Why?
Wanna help her out? She says, toothless grin, just gradually smiling outwards.
Well, that's nice and good and all. I prefer something more fast acting.
Oh, you're one of those people. Okay, I gotcha. She gives a very over-exaggerated wink. I mean, insight check.
What did she say, by the way? I didn't quite catch that.
She said, "Oh, okay, I've gotcha," and
No,
gives
no.
an over-exaggerated wink.
Before that, I wanna what people?
Oh, she said, "Oh, you're one of those people."
Ah, 16.
She has no idea what you're on about.
Look, I just need poisons that if you inject into the, I need components, stuff that if you inject into the body, it hurts a lot.
You see, as you began explaining this, that her attention seems to have wandered off. Almost like a severe case of ADHD, as her attention is just suddenly snapped back to you, and she said, "What?"
I need something. If you inject it into people, put it inside people, it hurts a lot.
Oh, okay. So you want something that you don't eat it, but you just kind of put it in them like a knife,
Yes.
but it makes the knife more stabby.
No, it makes the knife hurt more.
That's what I said.
Sure. Yes.
I've got something for you. And you see as she wanders off into the back and then comes back out again. She has this she has this small, it almost looks like a pot of salve. And as she holds it up, you can see that it has a small lid that has been tightly bound with a dry brown cord in order to truly ensure that this thing cannot be opened unless you really try or use a knife. And she says, "This is dangerous. And it also doubles as a very nice cooking ingredient for stews."
I raise my eyebrow. What's it called?
Oh, see, that's the secret. I haven't given it a name yet.
Can
I haven't
I
thought of one.
can I roll medicine to see what it is exactly?
Unfortunately, the jar is sealed, and
The jar is sealed.
even if you lift it up to your nose, apparently it's such a good seal that you can't actually tell what's in it. Although you suspect that might be because of the overwhelming scent of garlic that pervades the room.
Could you open it so that I can see it?
No! It'll go bad.
How much does it cost?
Ooh. Let's say 3 gold.
3 gold?
Yeah, it takes a while to make this stuff. I have to do it in batches. Do it once a year. It lasts me the whole year. And once I've gotten this, I have to make some more. This is the last of the stuff I've got.
Can I try? Yeah.
I've thought of what to call it. What? It's called good stuff.
Gun stuff?
See,
Good stuff?
Yeah, because it's a good name, because it's ironic, because it's not good stuff. It's really bad stuff. You don't want to touch this stuff because it's bad. So you call it good stuff because it's funny. And she gives you another entirely toothless grin.
Can I see if she's bullshitting me?
Go ahead and roll inside. You get the impression that she has no idea whether she's bullshitting you or her, both or neither, at any given time. This woman is insane.
This woman is insane. Okay. Can I haggle at the very least to lower the price a bit?
Go ahead. What do you say?
Look, I've not even seen this stuff. I don't know if it's effective. I'll give you 2 gold and a silver.
Sure. And she pops the pot on the counter, holds out the hand for the money.
I feel like I'm gonna regret this. I give her the money.
Thank you very much. She takes the pot, puts it in your hand, and then you see she just pockets the gold and squirrels it away into what you presume is a hidden pocket underneath her armpit.
All right. Can I now ask for actual components for poisons? I like the good stuff and all, but I'd like instead of
So you want something
I
that
want
you can use to make something that will kill you if you eat it, or don't eat it and get stabbed into you.
yes, I want names of plants.
CD. I have a question for Chase. Wouldn't CD know what and how to make these kinds of stuff?
Yes, he basically
yes.
knows, but he doesn't. He knows how to make poisons, and that's it. I ask for
Okay.
specific
I've
plants
got
that I
something.
can make poisons from.
I've got some stuff for you. Stay right here, and don't open the good stuff.
All right.
You see as she pops out and goes back into the side room that you could see was a it has it almost looks like a heavy carpet is covering over the wall, except for when it's pushed out of the way so she can walk through. And as she goes in, she potters around in there. You can literally hear pots and pans falling to the ground. And then she comes back out with another jar. This time, not very well sealed. You can tell that it's basically just the lid is just being held in place by her hand. And she says, "So, this stuff is something that I found growing on a rat that killed the rat.
Well,
And I'm pretty sure that if you touch it, you're dead. It's gonna kill you because look at what it did to my foot." And she just lifts up just this horrible, gangrenous, black rotted foot that is like half eaten away. And she just says, "It's horribly painful, which is why I eat that." And she just points to a random jar on the shelf that is entirely opaque. You probably don't want to know what's inside it.
I'm disgusted, yet purely from a medicinal standpoint, intrigued. Show me this stuff.
What, you mean that? She points at the same jar again.
No, the thing that ate your foot, that grew on a rat.
Yeah. Okay. She gulps, and you can see that there's a sudden aspect of fear coming across her face. And she opens the jar, and you can see as you look in, it's white and fluffy.
Can I roll medicine?
And then she puts roll medicine or nature.
Medicine or nature? Medicine. Shit.
Honestly, you're not entirely sure what that is, but given that it was fluffy, it was either some kind of fungus or maybe a hairball?
Are there any other alchemist shops around here?
Are you asking this to the goblin?
No, because that would not be a good idea.
All right.
I say this stuff ate your foot.
Yeah. He's still eating my foot, actually. Here, take a look. And you see as she lifts the foot once again, this time lifting it like onto a nearby chair. And you just see the skeletal remains of one of her toes just kind of flopping there. Just pulls it off and tosses it to the side.
Can I roll medicine now and see what kind of ailment is on her?
Sure. Go ahead.
18.
This is a quite frankly very, very unpleasant disease that you see here. It is it's a fungal infection that is relatively uncommon and fairly easily treatable. But if left untreated, it causes a condition that basically rapidly eats away living flesh. Effectively,
How rapidly are we speaking?
from the fact that this woman is basically walking around on half a foot, you would guess it's done this in maybe a day or two.
A day or two. So it's not really a good poison, but it's good for torture.
Oh, it will be supremely effective as torture. The noteworthy thing about this particular disease is that it can be cured not only through the use of divine magics, but there are also some relatively simple. There's a relatively simple treatment that you can get that is basically derived from taking the the vomit, quite frankly, of a certain variety of weasel, and basically treating it in a certain way and then applying it to the rotting area.
Would I be able to treat it with my magics?
Do you have cure disease?
Okay, I think I would know this. Grace, do you have cure disease?
You're on your own,
Grace isn't
Season.
there.
No, that's what I said. I think I would know this, since you're a paladin.
I've never expressed that I do.
I would say roll an Arcana check, Jace. You're pretty sure that most forms of divine magic have the ability to completely rectify most mundane diseases. Obviously, there is a gold cost usually incurred by this, but typically it's a process that can be treated very quickly and efficiently through the use of divine magics.
What level of magic would that be? Just so that I could check. Wait, I can cast that.
Well,
never
good to
mind.
hear.
Never mind. Then I don't need that. It's not even something that costs God. It's a yew leaf.
Hmm.
Okay, so sorry.
What do you do?
I tell her, okay, how about this? I help you with your foot, and you give me that. What's it called?
The stuff that rotted her foot off.
Yes, for free. How about that?
It's basically called the black rot fungus.
The black rot fungus.
And she looks at you for a moment, and she's genuinely considering this deal. Like, gets her foot healed and gets rid of the fungus that caused it. Maybe that's not a good deal. Let me just roll to see if she goes through with it. She looks at you and says, no, I don't. I think I'd be better off without. You know what? What have you got for trade?
What have I got for the trade?
I need a new knife.
Well, I do have a good knife on me. It's recently sharpened as well.
Deal.
All right.
So you give me the knife, you heal my foot, and I give you this.
Okay, let me just find the disease spell.
All right.
Wow.
Well, let's just say you cast the let's just say you cast the spell.
Wait.
What's the message?
No, actually, never mind. It's not cure poison and disease. It's detect poison and disease.
Well, that's not going to help her, is it?
Yeah, but I cast it anyway.
All right.
No, like without her knowing, I cast it at first. Detect poison and disease. Let me just drag it on here. Just to make sure what type of poison, what type of disease it is.
This is you're able to quite effectively identify this as it's called black rot, and it is a fungal infection that feeds directly off of the sugars contained within the bloodstream in order to continually eat away at the living flesh.
I can also identify other poisons around me for 30 feet.
You are surrounded by poisons of varying degrees and strength, but the jar of quote unquote good stuff that you have in your hand is especially brutal. You identify it as it's a poison that doesn't have a name. It's just simply identified as the good stuff. But the thing about it is that hang on, let me just read the description of the spell. Does it actually give you any information on it, or did it literally just tell you what it's called?
It's for duration you can detect. Since the person's application of poisonous creatures and disease within. You also identify the kind of poison, poisonous creatures, or disease in each case.
All right, I would say that you do get a brief explanation of what the poison is in that case. It's basically garlic that has been rendered down and concentrated to the point that if you were to touch it with your bare flesh, it would basically cause a chemical burn.
And in my mechanical form, since I am immune to poison, it wouldn't affect me. But it would affect whatever the fuck I'm biting real fucking hard.
Well, so you've detected the poison, and you have you bought the other stuff. Let's just bring this to a quick close. What else are you going to do here at the potion shop?
Since since I do feel bad for her, would cure wounds basically at least very least help her?
Yeah, it would.
Okay, I cast that at level at the level 2 slot.
By the way, here's a quick question. Do you have the spell Lesser Restoration? Because Lesser Restoration cures diseases.
What level would that be?
It's 2nd level.
2nd level. Yes, I do.
Well, I would imagine then it would make a lot of sense for CD to cast Lesser Restoration.
I didn't know beforehand. You know what? I don't want to put literally every skill spell inside.
All right. So you cast Lesser Restoration on the goblin's foot, curing the disease, but leaving it in its mostly ruined state. You see the goblin immediately regains a sense of sanity, and from there, roll me a persuasion check, and we will just simply use the results of your persuasion check to determine how successful you are in your attempts at haggling for, ingredients for further shenanigans and such. Well, the restored sanity of the goblin causes her to suddenly recognize you as a truly, truly terrible person for actually wanting to buy poison and poisonous materials. And she basically tells you to get out of her shop.
God fucking damn it! I cured your foot, for fuck's sake.
She thanks you for curing the foot, and she doesn't demand that you give back the very dangerous fungus. She's perfectly happy for you to keep that. But yeah, she basically tells you to bugger off.
Well, what a fucking fitting end, isn't it?
Dude, why are you upset? You literally got what you wanted for free.
Well, it cost me a knife.
Yeah, how much does a knife cost?
And it cost,
like
and
a
the
gold
good
piece.
stuff costed me 2 gold pieces and 1 silver.
That's true. But
I just had to roll
Yes.
fucking 1 in there, didn't I? God fucking damn it.
That was-
Okay.
that was very unfortunate.
that,
But anyway,
that was an appropriate end for our session.
getting back to what is happening with the rest of the party.
So, you gave us a time jump, you said. So, how much time has passed?
Yes, by the time Eisenbart has set you all up with rooms in his facility, I would say it would have come from the roughly midday through to the evening. You would all have your own separate rooms of varying quality. Garrows would be located somewhat close to the open air area, so that you can go back to your old training ground and such. But
Perfect.
aside from that, quick question for everybody. What else is there that you would be wanting to have sorted out? Do bear in mind that Gunnar has been given his own room. that he can set up his workshop in. There is also a set of tools that are there for the appropriate usage of said workshop. And the precise details of you becoming a sponsee of Isengard, that is something that we can discuss out of session.
I mean, I'd quite like at some point to find a church or chapel or cathedral of some sort of high regard. I mean, it's a capital city; it should have something big, right?
Oh yeah, there's a fair bit of variety actually in Medleburn.
And get my mug of evil either cleansed or sealed away. I'd
Would it
also,
also be worth, Kiki, you taking the Sun Drinker with you to see if that's evil?
I mean, possibly. I'd
Potentially.
also quite like to find some kind of party goal. Essentially, I feel like we're lacking something to aim towards at the moment.
Yeah, that's fair. To be honest, I do have plans for that. Obviously, there was just the need for everybody to go to the city and sort out some more mundane affairs first. But yeah, we can cover that after we've sorted out your stuff in the church, Grace. So, whilst the rest of the party have decided to spend the day over at Isengard's facility and are basically setting themselves up with rooms, getting to know the other people in the area and such, I assume Grace ventures off to go and find a local religious facility to have some issues of hers sorted out.
I mean, Garrow is the expert for this town. He's been acting as our guide. I was going to essentially ask him among the group, and if anyone wanted to join me, they'd be welcome to.
That's a good idea, actually.
In which case, might I suggest that Kiki, Grace has just left her room after freshening up. She's had a lovely bath all to herself. And she can hear some commotion coming from the courtyard, wherein, as she arrives there, she finds several apprentices, as well as Gunnar and a few others, all watching Groose and Garrow sparring.
I'll
So,
go
please
on.
carry on, Kiki.
No, go on. I'm
I was
interrupting.
just going to pick up the narrative. Please continue.
I was just going to sit and observe and see who came out victorious and who did the best display.
Well, it
Offer
seems to
applause
be
at the end.
wrapping up towards the end. And in fact, when Garrow notices you arrive, he calls a stop to the training with Groose and says, "That was quite a workout for today, but I think it's time we all catch up and make a decision what we're going to do with our time next." And
Well,
he comes over to Grace and says, "You've been fairly quiet since we've arrived here in the city. I feel there might be something on your mind."
I was hoping we might find a chapel of some sorts. What do you know that has powerful links with the divine around here? Cathedrals, maybe?
Well, they're all the major gods have their own church here in Medleburn, as it is the capital city. Do you have any particular deity in particular that you want to pay your respects to?
Alas, none that are worshipped here. I wonder who might be the strongest in the form of cleansing. Can I do like a religion check or something?
Sure. And I would say that your general knowledge of the deities, as well as any additional insight that Garrow is able to provide, would equate to an advantage on this.
There we are.
Excellent. So, you know of a variety of gods. Some of them are distinctly more powerful than others. There is the god of debauchery and good times, that is Anagi. There's one of the oldest and most powerful gods, an individual known as Arcanus, but he tends to be relatively distant with his stuff. One potential option for a god of that you would probably be able to find doing a good job with this would be the dragonborn god known as Bahamut. This is an individual that is typically worshipped by the more spiritually inclined members of the dragonborn race. But since the exodus some 100 years ago from their homeland, the popularity of this particular sect of faith has been picked up by those of a less scaly variety.
Perhaps Bahamut would be best for this. He doesn't have a chapel or something around here. How strong do his followers suit around this area?
Well, Garrow, you would know that Bahamut is one of the most noteworthy and powerful influenced deities within Medleburn. Probably the only god in the area that has equal say to him in terms of overall influence within the city would probably be either Pelor, who is a god whose spheres is very much based around the idea of farming and strong worships and justice and things of that nature. And also the god that the human empire of Stradivania tends to put a lot of stock into. The goddess Pridania. Her spheres usually revolve around the idea of naval travel and business on the seas, but she's basically lifted up in terms of her importance within Stradivania.
Okay, so I think knowing Grace, which one of the three orders, or whatever the right term is, churches, would be the most militant?
That would definitely be Pelor.
Okay, I think that's the one that would most appeal and most get on with Grace's personality. So I'm going to advise that we pay a visit to the Church of Pelor. Or is there a paladin outpost, or I don't know what the right terminology would be, or for Pelor?
Inside cities, it tends to mostly be clerics. Paladins are more of the militaristic side of any given faith and tend to serve in the military as medics and the like. If Grace was to travel to the local Church of Pelor, more than likely she would be the only paladin in the room at the time. However, it is possible to find other such paladin orders in less civilized areas. Like, say, for example, if you were to travel outside the realms of Medleburn and travel into the forest, you'd probably find a house of the order who basically go through the militaristic acts of worship and all of those sorts of things.
Oh, all right. Think I'll still stick with my first thought then, that if Pelor's the most militant of the three, it'd be the one that most appeals. So, yes, Grace. I think I know exactly where we could go. In fact, if anyone else wants to come with, we should all pay a visit to Pelor. The Church of Pelor is one of the most well renowned. Their stained glass windows are one of the wonders of Medleburn, in fact. And Bruce, perhaps you can get even more insight into that water stuff of yours.
By the way, yes. The currently your flask would be empty, and the contents of the water monster has since been basically put into large, secure glass containers in order for long-term storage. Basically, the right to research this material is being effectively used as payment for you effectively storing it at their facility.
So, yes, and perhaps while we're on the way, you can find something to fill your flask with that you actually enjoy. Yes, you do seem somewhat partly naked without it.
And honestly, I am less interested in the stained glass windows than I am with the strength of their divinity and their ability to seal away these evils.
Oh, I think you'll find they are not going to leave you disappointed. They are definitely quite experienced in these sort of things. You know, it's strange how big cities sometimes attract the most unsavory of characters sometimes that need cleansing. Yarrow looks at a shadow in the corner of the room. Doesn't have anyone in it momentarily. So I suppose we will. Bruce and I will just quickly freshen up, and then we'll make our way over. And what'd you say? We just time skip to arriving.
Yeah, I was about to make the same suggestion myself.
Right. So
I think it may be a good idea for the person with the most religious authority here, that being Grace, to be the one to lead the charge, so to say.
Oh, yes, of course. We should go with Grace.
That was terrible.
I mean, I don't know the way. You were to guide me, would you not?
Oh no, I've guided you to the front doors, and I'm sure you
Yes.
recognise the building is what it is. I mean, Gina, do you want to give like a quick, like 2-sentence description of what the building looks like? You know, what side
Yeah.
rooms there are, or whatever.
You've made your way towards the main temple to the main temple to Pelor that exists within the Medleburn city. The structure itself is fairly large and imposing. Think something along the lines of Lincoln Cathedral, for example. And the most noteworthy aspect about this church, aside from its sheer scale, is the fact that there is a large decal of a great red and orange stained glass window, which is very clearly supposed to be symbolic of the sun. But making your way inside,
That
clock time.
Garo basically gestures front door and says to you, well, ladies first, of course.
I'll give it a loud knock.
Oh, the door is open. It's
Oh, okay. Well, I'll still give it a loud knock and stride in. Is there anyone there available to speak to?
currently is the evening, and you can see that there is a it seems as though that there may have been some kind of large-scale church service which seems to have wound down recently. You can see that there is there's an older-looking gentleman, you would guess somewhere in his 50s, in the typical white and red robes that you'd expect to see of, say, for example, a Catholic priest. Only instead of it being white and red, it is instead a kind of yellowish, like golden hue with more reddish and fiery aspects to it, indicative of Pelor being the god of the sun. But this man is currently just simply sitting with one of the elderly citizens of the city, just talking about seemingly something entirely mundane. You catch you catch mention of a dinner party and later on in the week or something to that effect as you make your way in his direction.
Good evening.
The pair of them look over to you, and the woman nods in your direction as the priest does the same. And he looks upon you and gives another more respectful bow as he acknowledges the fact that you clearly exude the aura of a paladin, and says, "How may I help you today?"
Do you enact rites of cleansing here? I have a great darkness that needs purging.
Well, yes, we do. What is the nature of the evil?
I've distilled and stored it in this mug, and I'll present him with the mug of evil.
A mug. And as you bring forth the mug, he looks taken aback to an extent and says, Father Lucas, what exactly is the nature of this? It looks certainly unpleasant.
It was used to animate a great beast, but nearly slew a good few of our party. They had in fact destroyed an automaton that one of our party created. Powerful beast indeed. And this thing was rotten at its core, born by the malevolence of some foul shaman, goblins.
Goblin magic. Yes, I am familiar with this particular style of such horrible arcane arts. Come, I think you will be able to help me with this.
I'll follow him through.
He looks over to Garrow and Bruce and just says to you, "Are these your escorts?"
These are my traveling companions. They are as trusted with this as you can consider me.
Very well. And he nods in your direction and says in a slightly more raised voice to address the distance, "And it is good to see that the pair of you have survived the encounter with this evil. I will be back with your friend once we have finished the ritual."
Okay, we don't come with.
He shakes his head and says, "Unfortunately, I feel that you will not be of use." And
Garrow shrugs and takes a seat in one of the pews.
he nods in your direction and gestures to the old woman that he was speaking to previously and says, "My friend Ethel here will keep you company if you wouldn't mind." And you see
Yeah,
the
yeah.
old woman. You would guess her to be in her 70s or so. She looks at you and gives a very warm grandma-esque smile.
Okay, I smile and I tip my hat politely, as a gentleman would, and I say to Grace, "Well, I'll see you when you're done."
Apologies
Tells
for
you
this.
Come join me.
immediately.
Let us speak with Ethel.
Apologies for this. I'll try not to be long.
It's fine. Take as long as you need to, my friend.
You can immediately tell that Ethel's a big fan of you, Gara, especially with your shirtless nature. But as Father Lucas gestures you through, he carries the mug out in an outstretched arm, trying to seemingly keep it distanced from himself. And as he does so, he begins to ask you questions without taking his eyes off of the mug. So, why were you fighting the goblins?
We were helping a lizard man we encountered. Name of Scrack. He was a very interesting fellow. He honourable, powerful. He looked after a group of kobolds, if I recall. They were not the best smelling of creatures, but they did do good cooking.
I see. You were tasked to partake in the endless war.
Indeed.
You have my pity.
We were out hunting a group of bandits, and they beat us to our prey. I sought to challenge him as a chance to redeem my honor for having lost my prey, and was very much defeated. A powerful opponent, and he spared my life, so I repaid it with assisting him on his noble quest.
Very honourable. As he's speaking with this, he has guided you in through he's guided you in through into a deeper part of the cathedral, and you have gone down a flight of stairs, and now, if you had to guess, we're somewhere under the center of the overall structure. And as he brings you over, he opens up a door to reveal a large, surprisingly well-lit room. You can see that it appears as though that the room that you have entered is much like the cathedral above, only reduced in scale to the size of a small room instead of a grand hall, with the roof only being about 10 feet tall, and there being a almost perfectly replicated, albeit only about a foot wide, stained glass sun image in the same location that you saw as when you first entered the cathedral. As he walks over to an altar that is located in roughly the center of the cross-shaped layout of the building, he places the mug down in the center and says, "Which faith do you belong to?"
I follow my own faith from the mountain tribes. Our our group worship our ancestors in glory.
I see. So you do not follow a particular god, but instead follow the tenets of smiting evil wherever and however it may form.
Of course.
Very respectable. I have heard about such tribes. Personally, you're the first I've met. But anyway, your fervent and ardent devotion to the cause will be of great use here. This is a cleansing place. Whatever is sat upon the altar will receive a direct blessing from Pelor himself. And once properly guided by the hand of the evil, once properly guided by the hand of the one who brought the evil to this place, which would be you, the Lord's power will shine through that window. And he gestures up to the stained glass window, and purge the evil from this realm. Now, there is some small preparation that I must commit to. But for now, feel free to gather your thoughts and think about how you would be best describing the events that led to the capture of this mug.
Indeed.
And as the priest, the man, Father Lucas, makes his way over to a small cabinet, it kind of looks like just a standard cabinet that you'd expect to store bowls and plates and the like in, except as he pulls various bits and pieces out, you see that there is a censer and a variety of candles that are placed in their own little fixtures around the altar. As he pulls bits and pieces out and lights the candles one by one and hangs the censer in the roof and sets it swinging, producing an oddly smelling smoke as it goes. It's vaguely similar to the incense stick that you were offered by Father Gregory down in the village of Flotsam, except you can tell it has something a little different to it. It has almost more of a floral scent to it. But once the preparations are finally completed, he eventually walks over to a smaller, more decorated looking cupboard of sorts. And he reaches in and pulls out a sword. It looks to be about the length of a short sword, or maybe a long sword. It's an ambiguous length somewhere in between, and says, "This blade was wielded by the last champion of Pelor. It has been enchanted to be able to purge evil just by simply bringing it into contact with the source.
A
Its
powerful
power
relic.
can only... Indeed. Its power can only be wielded by someone with the conviction necessary to go out and seek evil, rather than just simply do what I do, in helping sustain the good. We clerics, we are good at maintaining a air of peace and tranquility within the world, but when evil takes root, the paladins must go in and uproot it."
Indeed, vengeance must be swift, else it roots and spread.
He nods in agreement, and he, with a degree of reverence, coming down on one knee and gesturing, bowing his head down whilst holding the sword up, almost an offering towards you. He says, whilst looking at the floor, "Take this blade, and by my guidance use it to bring about the end of this evil."
I shall reach out and take the blade.
As your fingers grasp the blade, there is a sudden and odd sensation that you feel wash up along your arm and take root within within what you can only describe as your soul. It is a warm and comforting feeling that feels like basking in the sun during a warm summer's evening. watching the sun set across an ocean. And as you take the blade, you are just your hand is just guided to just do a couple of slow test swings, testing for its balance, and you're confident that this sword is really quite something special.
A powerful aura. Does this blade have a name?
Indeed, it does. This is the Sun Sword. Simple, I know, but its true name has been lost to time. The Holy Scriptures state that whenever the true owner of the blade is returned to us, that upon his taking up of the blade, it will show its true form and reveal its true name. But for now, we have yet to see that. But its power, even in this partial state, is still sufficient in removing evil such as this. And with that, he kind of looks to you for a moment with a bit of awkwardness and says, "A hand, please."
I shall offer a hand.
And he very graciously accepts the aid in climbing back to his feet again, before giving his knees a rub and saying, "Ooh, not as young as I used to be."
Of course not. Perhaps a battle will yet come.
Oh, I hope not. Battles are things best found rather than be found by the battle. My days of violence are behind me. But let's see what we can do here. He takes your hand again for a moment and brings it over and kind of adjusts it so that your left hand is held over the mug, whilst your right hand carries the sword, the Sun Sword.
Mm-hmm.
And he says to you, "I am going to begin invoking the ritual. As I do, I would like you to remain quiet. Bear in mind, this is a ritual in which the gods themselves will guide your actions. Do not resist them. If you do, the ritual may fail. But if you allow their divine rights to guide your hand, we shall see success." And as he looks into your eyes and checks to make sure that you're okay to carry on with this, he closes his eyes and he begins to chant something. It sounds like it rhymes and it goes through several verses and seems to be spoken in a language that is definitely not common. What languages do you speak there, Kiki?
I think it's common and halfling.
Right, okay.
No, it's dwarf.
What?
Common and dwarven.
Common and Dwarven, right. Well, in that case, unfortunately, you wouldn't understand what he says. But if you'd like to give me a religion check with advantage,
Mm-hmm.
you can see if you can get an idea. Using the logic of what you know of most religions, you have a strong guess that it's probably either some other ancient language that you're not familiar with, or it could be Celestial. Celestial is a language that is often spoken by the gods, but if you're you're not sure if Pelor is one of the exceptions. But after a moment of him chanting and going through the process of speaking, you notice that it seems to be getting brighter and brighter in the room. And it's almost as if what light is streaming in through the window that has the stained glass relief of the sun. The light seems to be streaming through stronger and stronger. And as it does so, you can see that in an almost God Ray style fashion, the light seems to dance on the dust that seems to have been kicked up and shines through the smoke that is being produced by the swinging censer. And you're able to see as the light itself goes from being a column which illuminates the general area of the mug, begins to focus down, almost like when you, or almost like a magnifying glass in the sunlight, begins to come down to a point, growing brighter and brighter, stronger and stronger, until you see a small point of smoke begin to rise from the stone itself. At this point, you see as Father Lucas takes the mug and moves it, adjusting it into the direct path of the now concentrated beam of pure sunlight. And as he does so, you see as the mug immediately begins to bubble and boil, and large bubbles of this noxious smelling odor begin to erupt into the air. But as they do so, you see as the light being scattered by the smoke begins to curve around and contain the smoke, forcing it back down into this container, with the entire process becoming more and more concentrated and incensed effectively. And after a short time of this, you begin to feel the urge to smite begin building up in your arm. Same arm that carries the sun sword.
I shall do so, expending not a first but a second level spell slot.
All right. Describe the process that you go through. This is not just a simple smite. This is the completion of the ritual guided by God's hand.
Ah, fantastic. In that case, I shall lift the blade into the air, intersecting its point with the light of Pelor, and channel the strength of my own divinity into it, bringing the combined might of the two down the beam and striking the mug.
As you move the blade to intersect with the concentrated beam of light, you see as almost like picking up the burning point of pure concentrated divinity, like as if it were a physical object. You're able to pick the sword, you're able to pick up this point, and it begins to sheathe the blade in a holy light. For a moment, you need to squint your eyes as it looks as though the sword itself almost looks as though it is made of pure radiant fire. And at that moment, you plunge the blade in its entirety, the full 3 feet of length, into the mug, channeling a smite into the process, and you see as the sword enters the mug and seemingly goes through the altar itself, passing clean in and out the other side, evaporating the evil contained within. A moment passes as the ritual comes to a close, and you see as the light of the cave begins to the light of the room begins to fade, and the light streaming in through the window not only reverts back to its more reasonable degree, but almost seemingly entirely dips down to almost nothing. And for a moment, you struggle to see in the relative dim light that is left here. And it's then that you notice that the mug has been cleanly split in two, and the sword itself is now but a handle that is left in your hand, with the blade itself having entirely vanished.
I'll indicate to it and say to the gentleman, "Is it supposed to do this?"
Father Lucas looks at the sword for a moment, and you can tell that there's a degree of disbelief in his face, as if he doesn't believe what his own eyes are telling him. And he just looks back at you and says, No, it's not.
I do apologize. I appear to have broken your relic.
He
Have you tried
takes
turning it off and on again?
he holds out his hand in a silent gesture to take the hilt off you.
Yeah, I'll hand it over.
And as you do, he sees the sword, and he just looks at the handle for a moment and says to you, I have performed this ritual myself several times. It normally requires the power of a paladin to use at its full potential. But from when I have performed it with the aid of others of the Order of Pelor, it's never done this. The sword usually shines brightly and reacts with great vigor, but perhaps the last of its power has finally been spent.
At least it was expended, purging an evil from this world.
Perhaps you are right.
Perhaps there's something I can do for this. Perhaps Pelor is not the only one who can empower this blade. I cannot guarantee anything on this, but it's worth a shot. I'll reach out to take the hilt.
He doesn't exactly give it to you, but he doesn't resist you taking it out of his hand.
I would like to, I know it's not an ability that it does, but I would like to channel my divinity into it.
All right. As you channel your divinity into the blade, you feel the sword begin to react in some way. You feel as though, whilst the blade is present and there is something manifesting, you can't actually see any effects of the sword. Like the sword blade itself doesn't come back, and there's no gleaming blade of holy fire as you saw it during the height of its power a few moments ago. But you definitely feel it react to your channeling of divinity. You get the impression that perhaps if you were to try this again, or perhaps if you were to get someone else who possessed more raw potential than what you do at this time, maybe the effects would be different. Maybe you just simply lack the personal power right now to be able to manifest its true potential.
It's still in there. It seems to have receded somehow, concentrated itself into the hilt.
I
I
think
don't
you
seem
may be
quite.
right.
I don't seem quite strong enough to draw it out at the moment. Perhaps some more potent rites would do it.
This has given me much to think about. But for now, it is good to see that the ritual was completed successfully. I have a favor to ask of you.
Of course.
Could you not mention that the sun sword is no longer functional?
Certainly not. We don't want panic to spread, do we?
It's not that it would cause panic. This is not something that the general populace is aware of. But if other sects, if other people from my order, if other worshippers of Pelor learned that the sacred sun sword had been reduced to little more than a handle, I feel as though we may have far too many visitors to handle.
Perhaps I could ask a favor of you. Perhaps you would permit me, since I'm the one who has expended this blade, to seek out its renewal, to restore it, that it might be returned.
Roll a persuasion check for me.
That is in here. Oh, that's atrocious.
As you say this to him, he looks apprehensive.
You have my oath as a paladin.
He thinks for a moment. You say that you were the one who depleted the blade, but I feel that may not be true. Pelor's power was channeled through you when you performed the ritual just then. If anyone is responsible for the blade no longer having its shine, its power, it is the will of the gods. There's a long pause of contemplation before he eventually looks at you and says, "And if it is the will of the gods that the sword is no longer to have its potential, then I suppose that means that, well, there's no point in it staying here, is there?" And he hands back the hilt towards you and says, "Perhaps it is the divine way. Perhaps it is the will of the gods that we happen to meet here on the day that the sun sword lost its luster."
Perhaps.
Take good care of it. Perhaps one day it will do the same for you.
I shall offer a reverent bow and walk back out to meet with my comrades.
He nods in turn and reciprocates the reverent bow towards you. And as he follows you up and out of the inner depths of the cathedral, you can see that there is a degree of he's been shaken by this experience. He looks as though the last thing he expected to have happen today was for a holy relic of his faith to effectively be rendered impotent by his actions. But as soon as you and him turn the corner to once again be back in the view of the public, once again able to see your friends Gruce and Garrow, the first thing that you see is the priest is once again smiling. You get the impression that it may be a front to keep up spirits, but there is definitely something troubling him still.
Do we notice anything out of the ordinary as they return? Or is he really, got a good poker face?
Make an insight check.
Sure.
Both of you, both Bruce and Gara.
Damn, we are insightful.
Well, the pair of you are immediately able to pick up on the idea that something has happened here. Grace. Well, I'll let Kiki describe how Grace acts as she makes her way out of the lower sections of the cathedral. But Father Lucas, you can see, has gone from being happy and smiling to being just smiling.
Grace, my dear, how did it go? Oh, sorry.
It is. Go on.
Lucas asked you to keep it hidden, I
Mhm.
believe. So probably not.
It is done.
How did it
Whatever
go?
that goblin was brewing up has been cleansed.
I'm definitely glad to hear it.
Unfortunately,
you are,
the
Father.
mug did not survive.
Oh, well, there are plenty more mugs in the world, aren't they, my good friend Bruce? In fact, I think now might be an appropriate time for the three of us to perhaps drain a few mugs in celebration of defeating the great evil. What say you, Grace? I elbow Grace conspiratorially. How about I take you to my favorite whiskey hill?
Just as the three of you are about to make your way out, Grace, Father
Mhm.
Lucas comes quickly walking over to you and just grabs you by the arm and asks for your attention in private.
Of course. I'll step
And
aside.
once he's able to speak with you without your companions hearing, he looks at you and says, "There is something that I feel may be an issue here.
Oh,
There is something definitely wrong with the Sun Sword. I would ask
you have
that
some
you
insight on that?
return. I would ask that you return at sunrise tomorrow.
Certainly. We need to restore this.
Perhaps the renewal of Pelor's light will renew the blade."
Indeed. We'll try what we can.
And with that, he just nods in your direction, and you can definitely tell that what initially started off as mild confusion has been plaguing the old man's mind, and there's now a noteworthy and palpable aspect of worry in his face. But
Sure.
otherwise, he lets you go.
I'll catch up with my my party.
Alrighty. So, where are the three of you going to go exactly? Or are you just going to
I
make your
know a
way
good,
over to the Smiling Bison?
Well, I know a good. Well, Garrett doesn't know about the Smiling Bison, but he does know a good watering hole, not too far from the Church of Pelor. That's the one that he recommended we go to. After all, we need to celebrate, and he's keen to hear Grace's story of what happened.
True. I'd be interested to hear how Grace retells it, to be honest.
As am I. I think this place that we're going to go to is going to be called the Dwarven's Beard.
Sure. That sounds like an appropriate. That sounds like an appropriate name for an alehouse.
And yet it doesn't actually serve a single dwarven drink, just ironically.
Hmm.
But it has some really good whiskies and other things.
By the way, guys, it is 1:45 in the morning. Should we bring an end to things? I feel sorry for Chase and Theo, who have more advanced clocks than ours.
Theo got to do something at the start, at least.
You did.
And
You did.
I'm not sure what Chase accomplished in the end. I have to be honest, I kind of phased out.
Heavy poison.
Ah,
Yes.
I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that. Selective memory, engage.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Yes. What was the total duration of this one? I feel like that's maybe 4.5 hours.
We started